It's not
Maybe
like
it
I've been-
identifies as gay.
Yeah, it's violating in the middle of the night. We're live, by the way.
Are we on stream or was it still the
Yeah.
opening? Oh, okay. Thanks.
You're welcome. I mean, I'm the one that's
Faggot.
more greatly
Oh
offended.
fuck! I just started the stream by saying a fucking gamer word. God damn it!
Well done.
Fuck!
Can't believe of all the times of saying
I'm
that
gay.
word.
I'm allowed to say that.
No, you're trying to justify. That's not how that works.
I'm half a gay. I'm half gay. I'm allowed to say it. Hey, Bill.
You got the first syllable.
Oh, thank you.
It's a sandwich.
What, agate?
Thank you. Yeah. Oh well. Well, that's a good way to start the stream. Hello, everybody. Fuck, I just well, we were late and gay, so I am allowed to say it. Anyway,
Yeah, sure.
how are y'all doing? I was really hoping. I was really hoping. I was really hoping to start or right before this stream to have my video go live, but I'm still waiting for the sponsor of my video that I've been working on again for like 2 months to give me the go ahead on it and review it so that you know, they can make sure that it's okay and then I can go live with it. It would have been great to be able to have that 2-hour video be live right before this and then promote it, because I do have a Discord that I'm going to promote here tonight. We have a Discord for the channel now that if you want to drop by, I mean, I have a Discord as well, where people can leave like research, but if you want to pop by and suggest articles or whatever for the show, let me go get a link to that right now and I'll put it in.
Please, no more things by Robert Reich, because this one already does, and I can't stand that.
Yeah, we have a Robert Reich article tonight because I mean,
hate
oh my
him.
God, I really can't tolerate him. He's such a dip.
And he's also, I hate people who are extremely smug and very arrogant about it. I don't mind if you're smug and you can back up your shit. That's just telling the truth. That's not boasting or anything. But if you're smug and stupid, oh my fucking God, do I hate your guts.
it's the smugness that's
with
really
absolute
insufferable.
freaking passion.
God damn. So, speaking of which, I thought we'd start with. I always break down. Well, I break down the stream into kind of segments. So we're gonna start with Clown World topics. We're gonna start with Clown World, the world in which.
Do you have a topic right now in today's world that is not Clown World? As far as I'm aware, they freaking very much all are.
No, I mean, it's all Clown World. You know, that's the thing where you, it's all Clown World.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
These are the ones that are a little bit more stupid and or.
By the way, that one that you linked with
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. I know they picked the best phase. So let me know when you got it up, because okay. Elon Musk's vision for the internet is dangerous nonsense by Robert Reich. Musk now faces no limit on how much of Twitter stock he can buy. He'll buy as much as he needs to gain total control. Well, I don't really want Twitter to be saved. I'd really prefer if it just burned, but yeah, that's true. I mean, Reddit. Reddit is probably worse, to be honest. Well, yeah, but I mean, okay. So here's the thing about Twitter, right? That kind of everyone has sort of figured out is that so many people are trying to build new platforms, and I think that's a really, you know, admirable thing. But the problem is a little bit that Twitter is too entrenched. Too many, even though it's only it's 10% of the population of the world population. I don't even think it's that much use it, and it's like 3% of users post something like 80% of the content. So I think 10% of human beings have a Twitter account, and then if it's even that high, it might be like 8%.
And most of them
you're
don't
muted.
Most of them don't even tweet.
All right, did you unmute yourself?
Yeah, but most of them don't even tweet. It's something like
right.
You like
it's like 3%. yeah, 3%. Yeah, 3% post like 80% of the content or something ridiculous like that. It's You didn't know that? It's ridiculous.
Someone said you already dropped a gamer word, so I don't have to mute today. Is that actually true?
I don't think that's how it works.
Can I say it once?
No, I'm allowed to say it because I'm gay.
That's not how this works. That's not how the censor sees it. So
that's how it works.
No,
yes,
no,
it
isn't.
Yes, it totally is.
No, it isn't.
100% is. Dude, that's how it works on Twitch. 1000%.
That's how it works on Twitch.
That's true. We're not on Twitch. We're on Susan's platform. But fuck, I can't believe I dropped a gamer word. I actually know. Like, there's something I rarely
like right from the start as well. To be fair.
I know, god damn it. I don't ever say that, but well, we're past it now.
You should see her when she's talking to me personally. Then that word is said a lot, actually. To be fair, I also say it a hell of a lot. Because it is a word that is used to describe many a great people these days. And that's the God's honest truth. Like it's just everyone on Twitter who's there regularly, the part of the 3% that does all the tweeting, like they are definitely that word. A lot, all over, all damn day.
Yes, just a little bit.
If you have multiple icons or flags or pronouns in your bio, oh my, just get hit by truck.
Pronouns in bio is the that's basically internet aposematism, right?
Yes, go drown, get hit by a truck or a car or sit in a dumpster fire. I don't care.
In Minecraft. But
yeah, in Minecraft too.
Is that how am I pronouncing it right?
Which?
Yeah, aposematism is warning coloration. You know what I mean? Of when an animal has a really bright color, it means it's poisonous usually. So yeah,
I like
pronouns in bio.
That's actually a good point, by the way.
Aposematism. What?
Hold on.
What? That pronouns in bio warned you that the person that you're about to talk to, stop it. Nope. Nope.
Isn't Faggio one of the little moped bikes in Vice City?
I think it is.
I could swear it is. So somebody help me out here. There must be a GTA Vice City fan bigger than me. It's very difficult, but there will be one. I could swear it's the name of the little moped.
While we wait. Speaking of that word, I think I was overcome, right? Well, I was thinking about Robert Reich, and I was just overcome by the spirit of that word. Because they're going to read an article written by him
Reich, and he's in favor of leftist authoritarianism. I wonder why. What
a coincidence! The Russian people know little about Putin's war on Ukraine because Putin has blocked their access to the truth, substituting propaganda and lies. You mean like how most of the Western media blocked access to RT and Sputnik? That's curious. Years ago, pundits assumed the internet would open a new era of democracy, giving everyone access to the truth. But dictators like Putin and demagogues like Trump have demonstrated how naive that assumption was. At least the US responded to Trump's lies. Trump had 88 million Twitter followers before Twitter took him off its platform.
What exactly were the lies that Trump was spewing?
That he won. I'm sure Robert Reich thinks that was a lie.
That's not a lie, by the way. If you look at the current guy now and you think that guy got 81 million votes, like America, you either have to come to terms with two
the most
possible
popular
truths.
President in history, Spoon.
Yes, so either two things. You have to admit either A, there were some dodgy shenanigans on that night, true, or your population is really fucking retarded. Or both. Could definitely be both. But the main one is that your population is really, really stupid.
I think it's more... Yeah, the reality is, okay, there was some fortifying going on. A lot of fortifying, maybe. But on top of that, people hated Trump. It was the media's sole modus operandi to pump out negative news about Trump for 4.5 years. And it worked. The propaganda worked.
I love when they say voting for Republicans is voting against your own self-interest. Look at it now. Irony.
Yeah, and I know our church said Putin criminalized saying things the government doesn't like, but there is...
Everyone in power does that. That's not a Democrat or a...
Well, no, Ukraine did that too, though.
Yes,
Zelensky did that as well. So
Zelensky is a freaking oligarch. Like there's there's no difference between him and Putin. Like,
he dropped a new video just a few hours ago. We're gonna watch it.
Who? Zelensky?
Zelensky. I have it on the
Is he green screen as well, is it?
Oh, of course he's green screen in. But, I do really just
oh god.
Having watched the first season, I like his character Holobrunko in what's the show called again? It's escaping my because he's acting.
Yes.
In Servant of the People, and everything I've watched of that show is actually pretty cute, like, and funny. But I just do not like him as a person. Breaks out. I don't trust him, but I don't trust any of these politicians. I don't trust American politicians. I don't trust Russian politicians. I don't trust Ukrainian politicians. I don't trust any of them.
That's just not true. I trust Papa Putin, if only for meme reasons.
Oh, hell yeah. Why do you trust him? He's ex-KGB. I'm pretty sure he's very happy to lie. And current Bratva.
Well, you're asking me who do I believe? Him, Zelensky, or Biden?
Out of the three, I'm more prone to believe Putin, and that's
really exactly. Depressing. There you go.
Like if you're offering
I wouldn't.
Ooh, shoot.
I was like, which one gives the most shit about his nation? Like, Putin.
Yeah. Archer, it's Zelensky banned the Russian stations before the invasion. He banned them in January of this year.
Don't shift the goalpost to say that the West is represented by Zelensky. It is. The West is represented by Zelensky.
Yeah.
That's. I don't know what world you live in if you think that's not the case. That very much is the case. That guy is this really weird Puritan symbol being held up to the world of like, oh look, we must defend the bad man of Russia, even though my country has been fucking jolted to the hilt with a shitload of Western weaponry for God knows how many fucking years. And then the Russians invade, and then, oh my goodness, we're so powerless. Please send us more weaponry and money. It's like,
wait, we're gonna literally. That's the video. We'll watch it after we get through this. Look, the whole point of this was to start with the funny shit before we got into Ukraine.
Yeah, so keep reading so I can yell at them.
I'm sorry. So, where was I?
At least the U.S.
Years ago, pundits assumed the internet. Right, I did that. At least the U.S. responded to Trump's lies. Trump had 8 million. Got that part. Trump's social media accounts were also suspended on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Snapchat, Twitch, and TikTok. These moves were necessary to protect. Oh, I was showing you ready. What else? But American democracy.
Yeah, oligarchy, basically.
Gentlemen, this is democracy made manifest. But Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, with 80 million Twitter followers, wasn't pleased. Musk tweeted that U.S. tech companies shouldn't be acting as the de facto arbiter of free speech. Yeah, I agree. They shouldn't. Because nobody should be the arbiter of free speech. It's a right. I know that you've been disagreeing on this, obviously. You're no longer you made a video recently that was anti-free speech absolutism, didn't you?
Yeah, I have one coming up in the works. I haven't done it yet because my voice has shot as shit.
I wasn't sure if you finished it or not. Well, I've read it, though, so I read the
it was only like, it's probably only like 2.5 minutes long. Because I like to keep my points short and snappy. Because why the hell drag it out for like 5 fucking hours? I'm not Tim.
Is this I feel personally attacked.
Why?
Because I have a 2-hour-long video on Ukraine that I'm just sitting in a YouTube studio waiting to go live.
There's a long history of information there. This is just my opinion, so it's not...
True.
It's not the same. I'm not going to attack you. If I was going to do that, I would just say, Aiden, your videos are too long. There we go.
I mean, they probably are. What was it Jim said about it, that it was like the most boring shit on YouTube? I'm like, yeah, fair play.
Yeah, he said that... I am not allowed to make boring psychoanalytical videos on YouTube. That's Aiden Palin's job. The goddamn Jim.
Something like that.
Yeah,
yeah, not wrong. Let's see. Musk continues to tell his 80 million followers all sorts of things, as is his right. I disagree with many of his positions, but we know why now. I didn't know this, but you told me why Robert Reich is so butt blasted. So let's finish. I'll finish this paragraph and then we'll reveal. Should we finish the whole article before we reveal why Robert Reich is so fucking pissed off? Let's hold on to that little nugget.
Yeah.
I disagree with many of his positions, but ever since I posted a tweet 2 years ago criticizing him for how he treated his Tesla workers. Oh, he says it here. Yeah, he blocked me. That's why he's mad. I thought he didn't mention it in this article. No, he did mention it. Good.
That's
Okay.
why. He's a salty
In other words,
motherfucker.
This whole article, it's not that long, but this whole article talking shit because he blocked you. What a bitch.
I do remember him. It was something about economics, and Elon just basically rebutted him and saying this. He doesn't know the first fucking thing about economics. That was what Elon said this to him.
Oh yeah,
because this is
what he doesn't.
This is what he criticized him for. And I remember him saying like, because I can't stand Reich. He's a fucking idiot. He doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. And so Elon just basically ripped the shit out of him as far as economics goes, and that was it. And I remember reading this, going like, "This is what you get for attacking the world's wealthiest man."
I don't think he did. Reich.
Reich does, yeah. He's an economist, which is amazing. I really like it when your main PhD is a thing that you know fuck all about.
It says he's a American professor, lawyer, and political commentator, but I don't. Is it economics? Hang on.
He's written several books on economics.
Oh yeah. Wait a minute.
Clearly, something he doesn't know very much about.
I don't know how.
I've seen several conservatives saying that if they were in his class, that he would get an F because he knows nothing about anything.
Education. Be a Juris Doctor. What was his MA from? Or what was his MA on? Oh yeah, here we go. Dartmouth graduating with a summa cum laude. It's not easy to do. The 69 winning a Rhodes Scholarship. Goddamn, to study philosophy, politics, and economics at Oxford. Yeah, so it was economics. I don't know how you graduate summa cum laude and win a Rhodes Scholarship and are a complete moron. But just goes to show, even when you do well in education, it doesn't mean that much.
Yeah, this is moving towards a road where if you are a university graduate, you're probably stupider coming out than you were going in, which is kind of worrying. V spoke about this in a video today, where he just said that it's becoming a point where you are dumber coming out than you are going in, and you accumulate student debt while doing it.
I mean, it depends,
which is insane.
I didn't.
Yeah. He said he knows someone. And I think it was a video game industry where he just said he would prefer someone who was just self-taught and not university. And when he said why, he just said because the people in university do not get taught problem solving. So
no, that's very true.
Whereas self-taught, you get taught problem solving. Because I remember that what little I know about the 3D modeling, I learned online through a website called Digital Tutors. This was what I learned at the time, and
yeah,
I learned it now. The background that I have, I did through the parent company called Pluralsight.
Autodidactism is absolutely viable and a realistic way, and particularly now when there is so much access to information. If you want to figure out something, go to Google Scholar, type in whatever subject you're interested in, find a study, take the DOI, drop it into Sci-Hub, and read it. And if you don't understand how to read it, because it probably will take a while, then just keep reading and learning yourself. You can teach yourself how to read everything that I talk about in my videos in terms of the science heavy ones, you know?
Yes.
Absolutely everybody, for the most part, can learn to do that. It just takes time. I mean, like, there's some things that are going to take a lot more time, like, learning how to understand what the math means and how the mathematics work. That's going to be difficult, and it's really hard with, at least for me. I taught myself a new economic calculation, a formula a while back, and how to run this. I can't even remember what it was now, but it was in a field I never work in, and I was like, I don't know how to do this. And that was maybe like a year ago, 2 years ago. I taught myself a new formula and a whole new area of math I'd never worked in before, and that took a while. It was just because I was curious. But once you start, it kind of snowballs and it becomes easier to learn more stuff. Speaking of someone who doesn't know anything, though, despite his education, back to Robert Reich. So Elon blocks him, so I can't view or post criticisms of his tweets to his followers. That's what he's mad about. You can view his tweets, just log out. Seems like an odd move for someone who describes himself as a free speech absolutist. No, it's not. I hate this. I hate when people pull this shit. It's like, oh, you're all for free speech, but you block me. I'm saying I don't want to talk to you.
Yeah, you're not entitled to see his words.
You're not entitled to my time. You can still see his words. Just log out go into incognito mode, or don't even log out. Just go into incognito mode and post and copy paste the tweet. You can still read it. He just doesn't want to hear from you because you're annoying. That's why. And nothing about that is a violation of free speech. You can say all the dumb shit you want on your own Twitter, Bob. Musk advocates free speech, but in reality, it's just about power. No, he thinks you're a dip. Power compelled Musk to buy $2.6 billion of Twitter stock, making him the largest individual shareholder. Last week, Twitter announced that Musk would be joining the Twitter board of directors, prompting Musk to promise significant improvements in the platform. Sunday evening, though, it was announced that Musk would not be joining Twitter's board. No reason was given, but it's probably part of a bargaining kabuki dance. Now, I think we figured it out. Musk wouldn't have plopped down $2.64 billion for nothing. If he's not on the Twitter board, he's not bound by a standstill agreement in which he pledged to buy no more than 14.9% of Twitter stock. Musk now faces no limit on how much of Twitter's stock he can buy. He'll buy as much as he needs to gain total control. And I say to that, based. And I hope he does. Where's the last place? Oh, what improvements does Musk have in mind for Twitter? Will he use his clout? Stop using that word. I fucking hate it. Oh god, hang on one sec, I have a cough.
It just basically means people pay attention to me. That's it. That's all that word means.
And people are so, the left in particular, is just so obsessed with this idea of clout. It's your social capital is what you're trying to say.
But that's what makes you valuable in the digital world.
Yes, social capital.
Pay attention to you. Yes.
Yes, but use your summa cum laude degree to type out the fucking term social capital and understand what it means as a well-studied subject, and not use the word fucking clout. Sorry, I don't know why it really bothers me. I'm so tired of hearing Zoomers say that word, clout chaser and shit like that. I mean, there are clout chasers. Let's not play around. But I just hate seeing.
Oh, this okay. So this is
like Robert Reich use the word clout.
So this is what. Oh goodness! This is why you were blocked. You absolute nanny. Is Robert Reich tweeted out. I want to see if I can get that. He said Tesla forced all workers to take a 10% pay cut from mid-April until July. In the same period, Tesla stock skyrocketed to CEO Elon Musk's net worth quadrupled from 25 billion to over 100 billion. Musk is a modern-day robber baron, and Musk replied, all Tesla workers also get stock, so their compensation increased proportionally. You're a modern-day moron.
Yeah.
That's why he's salty, because Elon kicked the shit out of him.
Was talking about.
Yes.
Yeah.
And now he's still butthurt. Not because he's old.
How long ago was this? I think it was like 2 years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, this was in 2020.
So, wait, so
a little less than 2 years ago.
Butthurt. 2 years. The salt still floweth.
And then again, he's still fucking German. So. No offense to any Germans.
Just what was it? What was the thing that I said to you? I said if Dutch are spite elementals, what are the Germans? And I came up with one. I forget what it was. Hang on. Spite elemental.
I like the way you're gonna look at our chat history just so that you can get the insult right.
I know, so I can remember things I said before. Oh, I said Germans are the living embodiment of a Windows error message. They don't know what's wrong, only that they're angry about it, and you need to know that they're angry too.
Well, yeah, poor Germans.
Oh, it's again, no, nothing meant to be mean to Germans whatsoever. It's just, again, I'm calling him a spite elemental, so it's just Bance.
I don't think he's really German. He's too wrong to be German. I consider the Germans to be at least brainy, and this motherfucker's an idiot.
I have no idea. Where was I?
We should be insulted more often. Really? Someone in the chat said Germans need to be insulted more often. Am I dying? No, I'm just not mean to people for no reason. People need to understand about.
He's not dying. He is recovering from the coof, though.
Yeah. I'm sitting here with holding tea in my hand like a freaking chipmunk.
Oh.
Yes,
will Musk use his? Will Musk? Just now that you said it, now I retract my awe.
Fuck you.
Rescinded. Will Musk use his clout to let Trump back on? I fear he will. You so
want him to be back.
Want Trump back so deeply, and we all know it. Musk has long advocated.
You do realize the people who say that they don't want Trump back, I can guarantee you they're sitting in their newsrooms rubbing themselves through their trouser pockets, thinking about him being back because their ratings are shit, and they desperately need the drug to make their ratings not essentially collapse their companies.
I'm sorry, Patricia's fun camp, and again, it's not directed at anyone. It's just a general band.
No, I like the German nation. I don't mind Germans. Just don't get an Austrian leader.
Yeah, just avoid the Austrians.
Yes,
Musk has long advocated for a libertarian vision of an uncontrolled internet. That vision is dangerous rubbish. There is no such animal, and there never will be. Yeah, there is. It's called 4chan.
Also, we had this in like 2000s.
Yeah, in the early internet, it was all just the Wild West.
We didn't die. The world is not on fire. We were fire. Well, if it wasn't fire, it's because the fucking U.S. Army invaded Iraq. But we were fine. Like, you could make jokes, probably more so than you could now, because everyone wasn't a bunch of fucking, soft-skinned fat. That word.
Yeah. Hey, this next line. Dude, it really is kind of art. Like, every paragraph is worse than the last. Someone has to decide on the algorithms in every platform, how they're designed, how they evolve, what they reveal, and what they hide. Musk has enough power and money to quietly give himself this sort of control over Twitter. Yeah, and Twitter already does that. You just admit it. So what? It's just basically, so it's bad if he does it, but it's fine if Twitter does it.
Yeah.
It's fine if Jack did it. What kind of argument is this, idiot?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Like, you actually had this, like, about 2 decades ago when the internet was still young and free, before it was subjected to corporate overreach. And even Dorsey said this.
I know.
That the corporatizing of the internet was a bad idea, and we're partly to blame for that.
Yeah, and then he came out again more recently and said, like, I'm sorry for some of the stuff that happened to Twitter.
I don't really believe that, by the way.
I don't believe it at all.
No.
Because that was after the Elon stuff popped off, and I don't really buy that. Also, Jarnegi for 10 says, these journalists are like a toxic ex, hating on the one that got away.
Absolutely.
It really feels that way.
This
this absolutely feels like a jealous ex. And that's the exact energy going on in this article.
And I don't think Trump actually gives a shit, to be honest.
No, I don't. I think Trump is bothered by the fact that he can't tweet anymore. I think it bothers him.
That may be the case, but I do think that should he run again, I saw him in a rally, I think yesterday or the day before, where he just said, "We may have to do it again. Is there anyone who wants me to run again?" And the entire crowd starts cheering and said, "I'll keep that in mind." I'm like, okay. And this is the thing, that if he runs, there's going to be him everywhere in the news. So it's not like he wouldn't know what the hell, or people won't know what he's saying, because it'll be on the news, because the fucking moron media will cover it left, right, and center.
That would be what draws people to Truth Social or what the hell ever. By the way, like, Trump's emails, his team's emails, whatever, are so obnoxious, because it's like, Aiden, why haven't you joined Truth Social yet? We've sent you 17 emails. And they're not, they're just boilerplate. Like, it's not directed at me, but I just hate them. And they're all the time. If I go to my email right now, just look at how many freaking spam emails I get from Trump. I'm logged
because the website isn't even online.
It's
for
not
a lot
even,
of people.
I don't even think it's fully online. No. Yeah. And you have to pay. And I don't want to pay money. I'm sorry. But, like, yeah. I get them all the time. Missing, urgent, 15 minutes, don't wait. Will you join President Trump? We're waiting. This is all within the last day. Warning, for Patriots only, warning, you are at risk of losing your offer. It's so frustrating. I hate these emails, Trump. Stop. Anywho, speaking of shit I hate. Back to this article.
I don't really get that on Getter. Getter is actually quite friendly.
Getter's fine, yeah. Musk talked about freedom of speech, but his real power is freedom of reach, reaching 80 million Twitter followers with accountability to anyone, without accountability to anyone, including critics like me, and enough money to buy himself a seat on Twitter's board.
Who cares?
You're just jelly. He's jelly that he's got more attention and money than him. You sound like a teenage girl, dude. Musk has never believed that power comes with responsibility. How do you know that? He has been unperturbed when his tweets cause real suffering. What does that link to?
Power comes with responsibility. You don't think that him working with literal rockets trying to get it on Mars, that has people inside of it?
Oh my
God. Yeah, I get the feeling he's very much familiar with responsibility, more than you ever fucking will be, you dumbass.
Here is the article he links there about evidence of his real suffering. I'm not going to read the whole article because it's pointless, and you also get all the important information in the byline. What it's like when Elon Musk's Twitter mob comes after you. When female journalists like me dare to question the SpaceX and Tesla founder, there's a predictable result. We get called bitches, idiots, and worse. And then it's just a massive fucking Daily Beast article that's just screenshots of Twitter. And look at the horrible things they said to her. You just want to defame him. Stop acting like a victim.
Yeah, that's
how about you shut up and stop bothering Elon? Every minute you cause trouble is a minute fully autonomous vehicle is late to market. You were literally killing people. Well, that's going too far.
I know, but that's comedic embellishment.
Bitch, he's a revolutionary, a disruptor. You are an ugly lady. This is tame. I've gotten.
It's also
you're
true.
Gross, loser. Don't fuck with Elon, dumb bitch. Elon Musk just shit on you. This is. You're an idiot sent from my iPhone.
That's really tame. This is really tame.
And you know, considering she wrote this massive article about it, that this is the most damning shit she could find. You're an idiot, lady.
Also,
oh no.
Also, I do want to know, you are tweeting, you are tweeting the CEO and owner of Tesla, the world's wealthiest man. You do realize just by doing this, you are not entitled to his time, you fucking nitwit.
Well, they both
apparently. I hate this.
I do too.
This is an attitude I hate from people. Like, why is he responding to me? Bitch, he's got shit to do. You're a fucking irrelevant person on the internet. No one gives a crap what the hell you think. Your opinion is worthless. Shut up and go away.
It is not a violation of free speech to not want to deal with someone's shit.
Yes,
we can do that in real life. In real life, we can do that. We can walk away, and he's doing the internet equivalent of walking away.
Yes.
During his long and storied history with Twitter, he has threatened journalists and tweeted reckless things. Well, he didn't like what? What does that link to? Where has he threatened a journalist?
To be fair, like, look what they think Trump means when they threaten a journalist. Like, he's saying don't speak is essentially rude.
The article he linked to doesn't have any evidence of that.
Him saying, don't be rude. Don't be rude.
Yeah,
no, I'm not giving you a question. You are fake news. This is berating the press to them.
So he links to an article that talks about his long and storied history, but there is no link to evidence of him threatening journalists or tweeting reckless things. I think what he means by the reckless thing, though, I'm guessing. Oh, wait, no, wait. Here, he is going into it. Sorry. I'm sorry, Robert. I just thought you were lying. And you are. But let's go into it. In March 2020, he tweeted that children were, quote, essentially immune to COVID. That's true.
That's true, though.
In terms of they are not going to die from it.
Yes,
the likelihood of a child getting seriously sick from COVID is basically nil. He has pushed cryptocurrencies that he's invested in. He tweeted out Doge. What was it, to the moon or something like that? He didn't tell everyone to buy Doge, I don't believe. I could be misremembering, but I don't think he said buy Doge. Ugh, hang on one second.
Yeah, I don't recall him saying that either. I'm not on his Twitter, but I was aware that he said something about buying Doge coins.
Yeah, I think it was just tweeting about a meme coin. When a college student started a Twitter account to track Musk's private plane, Musk tried and failed to buy him off before blocking him. He's trying to track your private plane. That's at least he tried to just say, "I'll pay you to stop."
Yeah.
Yeah. What does he say? Okay, Musk reached out to Sweeney via Twitter DM saying, "Can you take this down? It's a security risk." According to Protocol, Sweeney, who was a college freshman at the time, replied several hours later with, "Yes, but it'll cost you a Model 3, only joking unless." From there, Musk offered $5,000, which Sweeney countered saying, "Any chance that you'd up that to $50K, it'd be great support in college and would possibly allow me to get a car, maybe even a Model 3. The conversation fizzled shortly afterwards when things didn't seem to go anywhere. So he's being a little shit.
Yeah, you were trying to bribe the guy.
And Elon's directly saying, hey, this could actually be a security threat. Could you please not do this? And then he's like, he's trying to ask for a bribe.
Yeah.
And of course, Reich is on his side. What a jerk, dude.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Failed to buy him off. The guy was trying to extort him. Yeah. But interesting framing, okay? Securities and Exchange Commission went after Musk after he tweeted that he had funding to take Tesla private, a clear violation of the law. I do think that there was some issue there. Musk paid a fine. Yeah, he obviously paid a fine and agreed to let lawyers vet future sensitive tweets, but has tried to reverse this requirement.
Yeah, because it's a violation of his free speech, so I can see why.
Yeah, true. But it is also a problem because it's a bunch of stocks.
I kind of want to know what he wants to tweet that he just says, why? Yeah. Why can't I tweet this? Because he's like a child.
See. Yeah, I know. I mean, it is quite funny, but so let's see.
Yeah, extortion.
Musk hasn't been exactly. His attorney has accused the SEC of attempting to muzzle and harass Mr. Musk and Tesla by opening investigations and issuing subpoenas into Musk's tweets. Musk was subpoenaed in November, 2 weeks away after he asked his followers if he should sell 10% of Tesla stock, leading to a drop in Tesla stock. When it comes to civil statements, a deal is a deal. Absent far more compelling circumstances than are presented here, the SEC said in the filing on Tuesday. Though Musk tweets must still be monitored under the settlement, the SEC has struggled to enforce the terms of the deal. Tesla did name an independent chair as part of the committee to oversee that Musk is complying with the agreement, but it's unclear whether or not the committee is keeping a close eye. That's the article he linked to, which I don't actually see him trying to reverse it there. He has also been openly contemptuous of the SEC. Gee, I wonder why. Tweeting out at one point that the E stands for Elon's.
I can take a guess what the S and C stand for.
By the way, how does the SEC go after Musk's ability to tweet now that he owns Twitter?
Whoa.
Huh. Well, let's find out. I mean, that you could say that's a conflict of interest, sure. But.
I don't know if Corbus is in the chat right now, but he just linked me something on Discord. I'm wondering if you can translate that for me. If this is one of the hold on, let me see if I can translate this, because if this is true, then this is actually pretty funny. Hold on. I'm assuming this is one of the Ukraine. Hold on.
What are you up to?
You'll see.
Oh, I don't. That sounds ominous. I'll keep reading while you do it. Billionaires like Musk have long shown time and time again they consider themselves above the law, and to a large extent they are. Musk has enough wealth that legal penalties are no more than slaps on his wrist, and enough power to control one of the most important ways the public now receives news. But you're fine with you controlling it, in other words. You don't want Musk to control it because he does value free speech.
Yeah,
Think about it. Yeah, right? Think about it. After years of posting tweets that skirt the law, the one time he did, he got fined for it.
Yeah.
Musk was given a seat on Twitter's board, which he turned down, and is probably now negotiating for even more clout. Stop using that word. He's not negotiating for more clout. He's going to buy Twitter stocks and own the freaking company.
Yeah, that's not clout. That's just called power.
God, what an idiot. Musk says he wants to free the internet, but what he really aims to do is make it even less accountable than it is now. Good.
Why is that bad?
Because this little dipshit he hates free speech, and he wants everything to be highly controlled so that people can't say things he disagrees with. I mean, see how booty blasted he is that he can't yell at Elon on Twitter.
Yeah, that actually ultimately is what it's about.
That is what this seems like to me. He's mad he can't bitch at him.
Make no mistake, this is not about freedom, it's about power. You see, this is now the position, ironically, actually, of the monarch. Because Elon can become the king of Twitter and just like, no, I'm going to open up free speech. But he has too much power. Yeah, but he's making it better for everyone else. I don't give a crap if he's got that much power. If he uses it benevolently, then fuck off. I don't care. I don't care if he has most of the company. And he just says like, yeah, free for all, and then just lets people say whatever the hell they want. I'd be fine with that.
Again, the thing is, it's so frustrating, is that it's just because it's Elon Musk.
Yes.
He would be fine if it was Jack Dorsey, you know?
Oh, God, yeah. Of course, like, what the hell did you... I love when these people say...
I love that,
when these people say, oh, look, the free speech is controlled by oligarchs. Bitch, who the fuck do you think had control of it before?
Right,
what the fuck do you think Zuckerberg and Dorsey are, you moron?
Precisely. Why is it all of a sudden an issue now that it's not Dorsey?
Because it's not something that they can control.
It's not someone they have
control over.
It's
not a rampaging faggy leftist.
Well,
I'm saying it.
Don't get too comfortable with the word. It was one mistake.
Saying it.
That's
Musk stream. That's Putin's stream. Yeah, I'm sure Putin really dreams of Elon Musk owning Twitter.
Yeah.
Are you out of your fucking mind? How does this benefit Putin? Someone, please explain this to me. Wait, I've had so many people. It's at the very bottom.
Oh, does he say at the bottom of the article?
Like, look at this.
Oh, yeah.
This man.
Just a second.
Look at this. Listen, that's Musk stream, that's Trump stream, and Putin's, and the dream of every dictator, strongman, demagogue, and modern-day robber baron on Earth. Dude, you said a libertarian dream, and then you said dictator, strongman, demagogue. Do you know what libertarian means, you fucking imbecile?
No, I think he actually does. Here's the difference. A lot of these dumb fuck articles are written by people who really don't know anything. I think Robert Reich actually knows exactly what he's doing. I think he's just a liar. I think he is straight up just a liar.
But you look like such a tool.
Yeah,
libertarianism is like a small estate.
This stuff,
fucking nitwit.
But the people who read this stuff and eat it up don't know what libertarian is. They think that libertarianism is some right-wing, far-right extremist shit because that's what they've been told by the media. They have no idea that libertarians, basic, like, foundational principle is piss off.
Yes. Fuck you. Let me do the hell I want to do.
Don't step on me. That's it.
Yeah.
Leave me alone and let me do my thing, and I'll let you do your thing, and we don't have to bother each other.
And I don't think they know what capitalism is either. Capitalism, for the many, not the few. You do realize if one person produces something that many people want, he is going to accumulate the wealth of many, because many people want the thing he's selling, you dumbass. Like, this is like basic econ 101. I don't understand how you not see, like, if a few people produce things that the vast majority of people want and they buy it, they get to accrue a lot of wealth because everyone is buying their shit. How do you not get this?
I don't know, dude. Because again, I think he does get it.
But it's so easy to explain this inside. Like, why do wealthy people get wealthy? Because they sell something that many people want. How does Samsung have so much money, or Apple, or Microsoft? Well, okay, Microsoft because they're sort of monopolistic.
Well, I got some stuff on Bill Gates too tonight.
He looks terrible for his age. The amount of money that he has, he just looks like a miserable old fart.
Yeah, he really does.
Yeah.
Where are we at? All right. Well,
yeah, Noah just says.
Miserable, I hated that article. God damn.
Noah just says, like, let's forget that when you buy something from someone and they get rich about it, you still get to keep the thing you bought. Yeah, that does not register to their mind at all.
No.
It's just they don't seem to ever want to explain to people why do the rich get rich.
It's because it's not fair to them. It's not equal. It's not egalitarian. Everyone should have an equal amount, except for the people who are helping you get that equal amount, and they should have more because they know what's best for you and they care about the people, and they just all happen to be leftists and Democrats. The problem with all of these people is that it's not that they hate oligarchs, which they that's their new favorite word. Not that they hate oligarchs. It's not that they hate tyranny. They love tyranny. They just want to be the tyrant. They want to be the oligarchs, and for the most part, they've totally captured media. They absolutely, and despite the fact that they have absolutely, totally captured
control of absolutely
media,
everything,
of the vast majority of the media. All they can do is sit around and bitch about Fox News all damn day.
Yeah, because Fox News is still beating them.
It was, what was I watching where that was a thing? It was shoot. Somebody got asked a question. Oh, it was crap, now it's escaping me. Somebody from the mainstream media was asked a question by a student.
Oh, Brian Stelter.
It was Brian Stelter. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my god, that was great. We should maybe watch that if we have time.
He's only like 36 years old.
That's a perfect example. It's on Brian Stelter. One looks like a thumb, and two looks like a 50-year-old thumb.
His face is like perfectly round.
It really is.
It's amazing. To be fair, that's the makeup they put on that guy.
Yeah, he also just has he can't help it.
He looks like a fat Cacino from Fallout.
He just.
If you guys know who that is, then you'll know the joke.
He just looks like a pederast. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
And I'm not saying he is. I'm not saying he is at all. I'm just saying he has a certain look about him that makes him look
like someone his blood type is salami.
That too.
He just looks chunky. Like, he just, every time I look at him, like, I want to make jokes about potatoes and sausages to your face. Your face just screams that. Don't know why.
Let me see if I can find that real quick, because I forgot to pull it up, because it is really funny.
I didn't actually see the clip, but I know it went viral.
Yeah, the clip. Here, it's here.
Dumb.
Here, I'll pop this in and watch together real quick. We'll watch it. If you got to watch.
His smile is truly terrifying. Yes, I agree. He does look like.
It's something really scary about his smile.
He does look like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, agreed.
I think there's some clips from it. Yeah, here we go.
By the way, Kuba sent me a small Twitter video. And the German translation said, the Russians are closely controlling who is allowed to leave Mariupol via their humanitarian corridor and enter Russian territory in safety. And that's a good thing, as you can easily see. And this guy takes his shirt off and he's got a massive fucking swastika on his bicep. It's like, dude, wow. I'm not sure that's the best, but all right.
I sent you the watch together link. We'll do the brand filter thing real quick.
Oh, it's a thanks link. Hold on.
It's in watch together. God dang, my allergies are getting bad. I'm finally getting over my cough. It says you're in it. Hang on.
You have to link the thing at the room. You can't link at the top of the bar.
What?
You have to link the access code.
Yeah, I did. Oh wait.
No, you didn't. That's too long.
All right, try that.
You do this every time.
You're in the room. I don't know how. Okay, you do it then.
I'm not in the room. I'm in it now.
Okay, so it worked now. Okay, are you in? We're all good.
No.
No, wait, what? I thought you said you were in. Now I'm confused. Are you in the room or not? Because I can't understand. You said yes and then you said no. Oh. Oh, so it wasn't my fault. See, I think I'm owed an apology. I think I'm owed an apology. I believe I'm owed an apology. I just did. Oh, okay. Fog. I gotta go get it. It's a Fox News coverage of it, but Fox is fine. This is what I could find most quickly. I wasn't even planning on going over this, so.
That.
Apparently Spoon is grumpy when he's sick. Heck, don't get too cozy with that word.
No, I was muted, so you're fine.
Oh, okay.
Okay, now. Then it'll pop up.
All
there
right.
we go. Fucking hell. You see how much quicker it goes when a man does it?
Only because you have your computer, your browser settings set up silly. All right, let's go.
So, from our irony files, this is like one of the greatest stories ever. So, the University of Chicago's Institute of Politics and the Atlantic magazine just hosted a conference, no self-awareness whatsoever, entitled Disinformation and the Erosion of Democracy. So they say they invited all of your favorite purveyors of disinformation and exponents of censorship. Barack Obama, Jonah Goldberg, Ann Applebaum, and of course Brian Stelter. There was no IQ bar, apparently. What the speakers didn't count on, the expected hours of just
obviously Fox picks a bad
his eyes are
so a couple of kids at the University of Chicago who are awake enough to say, wait a second, what are you talking about? Disinformation? Here's one exchange.
I just want to show the clip.
Spoken extensively about Fox News being a purveyor of disinformation, but CNN is right up there with them. They pushed the Russian collusion hoax. They pushed the Jussie Smollett hoax. They smeared Justice Kavanaugh as a rapist, and they also smeared Nick Sandmann as a white supremacist. And yes, they dismissed the Hunter Biden laptop affair
remember when he
as
did all
pure
those things?
Russian disinformation. All the mistakes of the mainstream media and CNN in particular.
This kid's a freshman,
seem
by
to
the way.
magically all go in one direction. Are we expected to believe that this is all just some sort of random?
I think an interesting question would be, can you actually name something on CNN that's true?
I mean, that is the better question.
Because
You know
I
what
can't.
mean?
Like,
Well,
all of the biggest thing they've pushed in, like, the last 5 years have all been bullshit.
I mean, yeah, again, he just brought up some of the biggest
The
ones.
biggest ones, yeah.
And I think, I don't know if CNN has yet retracted their statement on Hunter Biden's laptop. I mean, the New York Times has, and a lot of big outlets did kind of go, well, they didn't really say they were wrong. It's just like, well, it looks like maybe there was something that Hunter Biden story.
You lied by omission.
You know, yeah.
Yeah.
The stuff that, and by the way, which was the reason you tried to impeach Trump the first time.
Yeah.
Was over him. Well, that was the prosecutor Shokin looking in to Hunter Biden's involvement with Burisma, which they found out about because of Hunter Biden's laptop.
Yeah.
So, which was fake, and so he was just trying to strong arm, Shokin,
yeah.
or whatever, and trying to influence Ukraine. Well, now that's been proven to be accurate. So, piss off. Yeah.
Coincidence, or is there something else behind it?
I think you're describing a different channel than the one that I watch.
No.
Probably because you're on it, you fat bastard.
Right, and he just described 4 things or was it 5 that you have been demonstrably wrong about. You got sued over the Sandmann thing.
Yeah, and lost.
And well, I think they settled.
Oh, did they?
I'm pretty sure they settled.
Oh, that's probably why. Because they realized they would lose otherwise.
Obviously.
But I understand that is a popular right-wing narrative about CNN.
That's not a narrative, you jackass. That's
It's the
just called the truth.
It's called the freaking truth.
Not that you would know what
sit
that
there,
is.
Well,
Right.
it is good that he has the word disinformation right over his fat head while he says that.
It's a popular right-wing narrative.
I guess I think that was most of the.
I want to see what
actually.
Tucker says.
I just want to play it. Yeah, all right.
Never trust anyone who uses the term narrative, by the way. Just
narratives in the title
Christopher
of
Phillips
this
is the name
stream.
you saw in that clip. He's a freshman at the University of Chicago. He joins us tonight. Mr. Phillips, thank you for joining us. What possessed you to confront these purveyors of disinformation?
Hi, Tucker. Thank you so much for having me on. It's an honor. The way I've always been is to search for truth and ask questions to sift through the lies and find out what's really going on. So myself and 2 of my colleagues at the Chicago Thinker, the University of Chicago's premier publication, Evita Duffy and Daniel Schmidt, we 3 went to this conference, and we see right when we come in a ton of people, a ton of legacy media employees whose entire careers have been spreading disinformation.
This is his second
Look at his
semester
face.
in college.
He's well-spoken.
Stelter?
Yeah, he's a well-spoken lad.
This is his second semester in college, and he's this involved. Good for him. He is doing actual freaking journalism. And Stelter had the audacity to sit there and be like, well, that doesn't sound like the CNN I know. Demonstrably, it's the CNN that you know and that you work for and that you and
You've been
narratives
part
that
of
you
it for
helped
like
push.
fucking years now, you dumbass.
Those are the people who are telling us about how to avoid disinformation. So, I hear Brian Stelter, and he talks for 30 minutes about how Fox News is this huge purveyor of disinformation. They're the enemy of the people. And then I come up and I say, wait a second, run that back, because actually CNN, from what I've seen at least, is probably 10 times the purveyor of disinformation that you claim Fox News to be. And, he
Tucker is loving this because this kid is essentially just smacking the network to his face, and it's great. Like, Tucker's like, I'm very happy with this kid.
Oh, also, Archer, it's not. I don't have a low opinion of freshman students. I'm saying this is really impressive that he has taken this much initiative, and is this well informed. A lot. I mean, most of these kids, they come out of high school and they don't know much of anything about the real world, and all they've been fed is nothing but media narratives. And care about TikTok and things like that. That's just the average. I'm saying this is the average teenager going into college. He's clearly. That was just a compliment towards him.
for it.
Well, some of the examples that you threw at him, are subjective. I agreed with your take on it. But some of them were just objective. Like CNN did dismiss Hunter Biden's laptop as Russian disinformation. That kid's on camera doing it.
Yep.
Wouldn't it have been better if he would have said, "Yeah, I got that wrong. I'm sorry about that." Wouldn't that have worked?
Gosh, I mean, to tell you the truth, I didn't exactly expect him to hand over the keys and say, you know what, we're corrupt. Go ahead, Chris, and make CNN the truth. But I did kind of expect him to say, we retracted those stories and we apologize for saying that. And we always...
They are never going to say that ever.
Did you see the line? This was the first video I found because I didn't have this originally in the show notes. But before Stelter said any of that, his immediate response to the kid was, I think it's time for lunch.
That's a bit creepy.
Yeah, like he didn't want to answer it.
But that also explains what's on
he
his
said he
mind.
was joking, but maybe someone said like, no, you should probably answer that, and then gave you the worst answer possible, which is just that, no, that doesn't sound true. So it's just more disinfo. So you're just lying. You're lying demonstrably.
You've been accused of lying. How do you reply? By lying more.
Lying.
Keep a clean record. But there was no apology. There was no remorse whatsoever. It's just, I don't know what news network you're talking about. That's not mine. When in reality, he said these things on CNN. It's all documented.
Yeah, it's hard to have credibility if you won't admit that you make a mistake ever. Everybody makes mistakes. We certainly have, but just admit it. So, what was the reaction from other students at Chicago?
I'm sure you do, Tucker, but I'll let that one slide.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of social pressure to conform to the leftist narrative, to conform to the radical agenda at college campuses. So just working for the Chicago Thinker really is, kind of inviting you to be canceled in a sense. But a lot of people, I have to say, actually really liked my question. They thought it was fair. They thought it was honest, and it was pure journalism, and I respect everyone who told me that. Some people were not satisfied with it, but regardless, I think I did a good thing in asking Brian, what gives as to CNN's bias.
Yeah, and just just touch.
This is the way he said that.
Tucker's just so he's pleased as punch, dude. He's pleased as punch.
Reality once a day. Reassure us that you're not like demented, but he didn't. Chris Phillips from University of Chicago, a credit to your generation. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you so much, Tucker. And everyone needs to check out thechicagothinker.com. Right now, we publish a lot of stuff on campus craziness. No one else is doing it like we are. So hit us on Twitter and Instagram as well.
Has he been on Crowder? Has he been on Crowder?
And no, I think this was kind of his debut.
Okay, because I feel like this kid is going to end up on Crowder.
Well, he's going to end up probably making the rounds, yeah, because that was a big deal to.
Because I feel like he looks like a younger Crowder.
Yeah, a little bit. He does look a little bit like Crowder. Speaking of the failing,
take him under his wing.
The mainstream news, and this, I'm glad I did remember that clip because this is a good segue.
Fucking retard.
Have you heard this article? It is from the dreaded Breitbart,
also known as one of my favorites.
But it's really, there's some funny stuff in here.
I like Breitbart. Breitbart's good stuff.
I do too, but they are clearly biased to the right. Although CNN and
to be fair, reality is biased to the right at this point.
Yeah, I'd say maybe a little bit, maybe more than a little bit. Hence the need to lie and then be like, yeah, whatever, and then just lie to excuse your lies.
Chris Wallace having daily breakdowns over CNN failure.
Yeah,
this is what you get for leaving Fox, you stupid fuck. You can read it, by the way.
Sure. I was actually coughing. Former Fox News anchor Chris Wallace has reportedly been breaking down in front of his news crew over the, quote, miserable failure of news streaming platform CNN Plus. The launch of CNN Plus has been anything but stellar, according to the latest statistics, with the platform drawing in close to 10,000 daily views and even fewer subscribers per CNBC. Fewer than 10,000 people are using CNN Plus on a daily basis 2 weeks into its existence, according to people familiar with the matter. This is, again, CNBC. The people spoke with CNBC on the condition of anonymity in order to discuss non-public data. CNN Plus launched on March 29th. The subscription news streaming service, which charges $6 a month or $60 annually, only became available on Roku on Monday and still isn't on Android TV. Still, the paltry audience cast doubt on the future of the application following the recently completed combination of Discovery and Warner Media into Warner Bros. Discovery. Sorry, I'm still coughing. News of this disaster has not been well received by Chris Wallace, who left Fox News in late 2021 to join CNN Plus, and he has reportedly voiced his frustration to his staffers, according to reporter John Nicosia. Source: Chris Wallace is having daily breakdowns over the miserable launch of CNN Plus, Nicosia announced. wants a CNN show or is threatening to walk. They go on. He is having staffers count how many times a day his promo is playing. The source also reportedly told Nicosia that Wallace is, quote, telling anyone that will listen he wants Cuomo's old time slot.
Why?
Because
the network but the network is clearly failing, so fuck off to a different network, you dumbass.
Well, he burned his bridge with Fox, that's why.
Yes.
So, Wallace announced his decision to leave Fox for CNN Plus this past December, saying he looked forward to the new freedom. How's it going there, Chris? I am thrilled to join CNN Plus. After decades in broadcast and cable news, I'm excited to explore the world of streaming, he said. I look forward to the new freedom and flexibility streaming affords in interviewing major figures across the news landscape and finding new ways to tell stories, he added. As I embark on this adventure, I am honored and delighted to join Jeff Zucker and his great team. I can't wait to get started. Wallace recently told the New York Times that he left Fox when his colleagues, quote, began to question the truth pertaining to the January 6th riot in Capitol Hill. Okay. I'm fine with opinion, conservative opinion, liberal opinion, Wallace told the Times, but when people start to question the truth, who won the 2020 election? Was Jan 6 an insurrection? I found that unsustainable. Jan 6? Was it an insurrection?
No, it was a bunch of lobbing people walking around a room.
You could maybe call it a riot.
I wouldn't even call it a riot.
I would hesitate to as well.
I mean, compared to the riots earlier on in the year, January 6th was
You mean the Summer of
breeze.
Love? You have to refer to that correctly. That's the Summer of Love.
No, that's the Summer of Destruction.
Oh, I mean, they did burn down a lot of stuff and caused millions of damage.
You caused like $1 billion worth of damage. That's not love.
32 or 36, and one of those numbers. More than 30 people died. Okay,
that's some Chris Brown love. That's what that is.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah.
But no, just it's the Summer of Love.
Except he didn't leave a bitch a smoking wreck.
I have another funny video. We're still in the funny section. We're in, but
Isn't the whole thing supposed to be funny?
No,
I'm not here to give people news. I'm here to entertain people with funny shit. The fuck was that?
In the watch together.
Oh, that scared the shit out of me.
Sorry.
Like,
I hate how Watch Together. I really don't like how Watch Together automatically plays videos. It's frustrating. There must be some way to turn that off, but.
Woke church fasting from whiteness. Bitch, why are you in the church then?
Well, let's hear what that say, but...
Stop perverting religion, you fucking whale.
Today is... Tomorrow is the last day of Lent. So, right at the end of Lent...
Oh, no, I'm not a filthy Catholic.
So, right at the end of Lent, we get to watch...
I'm a good Protestant boy. Saxon.
We get to watch this dumb video.
In this fast from whiteness, of course, I cannot...
Fast from whiteness.
...change the color of my skin or...
I'm sure
actually, you can. You can tan, actually.
You could, yeah, tan.
Yeah. You can tan. You look Mexican.
And get your hair crinkled so you can be like Rachel Dolezal.
The way that allows me to move through the world, but I can change what I listen to, whose voice I prioritize. And so that is kind of the plan for our worship services.
You know whose voice I prioritize? The white man. Do you know why? Because I like being right.
Through Lent.
By the way, this can't be Catholic. I'm 99% sure this can't be a Catholic church. One, because it's a woman, and two, looking
at the woodwork, that's definitely a Catholic church.
No, I think it's Lutheran. I'm almost. I grew up going to Lutheran schools or Lutheran churches and Catholic school.
But Lutheran they have Lent?
Yeah.
Really?
But they don't fast. So I mean, I guess it must be Catholic. Why is a woman? Why is a woman? Why is there a woman up there? I don't know. I guess she's just a speaker. It's not. But she's got the priest robe or the I forget what that's called.
Attire.
The attire, the scarf thing. I can't remember what that's called.
Try to help her out, and this is not my area of expertise.
Yeah. So I think I guess it must be Catholic then. I'm so confused.
I'm not racist, by the way. I'm just accurate.
You're a little racist.
No, it's not. It's just true.
No, I just said you're a little racist.
No, I'm not. I am factually accurate.
Time
Obey the
from
good
prioritizing white voices.
Isabel.
And that we would...
When you disavow white people, Yiz would be ashamed of you.
No.
Music and poetry of Black, Indigenous, and people of color.
that has nothing to do with Christianity. So why the hell are you doing this?
Anything to do
fucking
with
idiot.
It. Well, so again, the point of Lent is to give something up, right? A lot of people give up sweets. You are supposed to make.
Oh, okay, so I can understand. Okay, so they want to give up common sense. Okay, fair enough.
Well, that's why they're fasting from whiteness, and I don't know what the hell that's supposed to mean. I don't know what the hell it means, but she's trying to explain it. I still don't understand.
What the Spirit might.
That's because it's a woman.
Do among us.
I'm not only racist, I'm also sexist. I don't know my female co-hosts feel about that statement.
I know that a lot of the music that we will want to use during this time of Lent will be spirituals. And we know that those are public domain.
God is in heaven and he's looking to strike you, bitch.
Dude,
he's like, I made all of you equal in my image. Why in the hell are you prioritizing the darkies?
It's so pointless. It's just pointless.
Virtue signaling, yes, is
nonsense.
Horseshit.
That means they're free to use. We don't pay to use those. A lot of the white European music.
They're just Europeans, you dumb bitch. They're white. That's why they're Europeans, you fucking pig.
We do pay for through licensing. And that licensing ensures that...
Stop trying to explain white things.
Artists are paid for their work. The ways that Black artists have been undercompensated.
By the way, I don't think churches, generally speaking, do this. I mean, no. The churches are mostly considered non-profits, so I don't think, for the most part, anyone is suing churches for playing copyrighted.
Please read the super chat.
Hymns. Oh shit, Dernegi for another 10 says, this lady has been possessed by a demon of darkness. Quick, call Uncle Ruckus for an exorcism. Thank you for the 10, Dernegi. Yeah, maybe Uncle Ruckus needs to do an exorcism on her. Exorcismus. Oh my gosh, though.
Or uncompensated is unjust. And so
then pay him.
We will be paying royalties during this Lent on our...
That's just pathetic. That's so cucked. The church is going to take, by the way, church funded by the people to maintain the church. You know? To put together, to take care of the church itself, to take care of church meetings and take care of church events and things like that. And instead, they're going to spend it for no reason to buy copyrighted spiritual music so that they can play it in the church, which no one would mind if they played anyway. That is the definition of a virtue signal. If you care about Black issues so much, why are you giving money to these massive media companies that, by the way, don't... I think we all are well aware here of how well these giant media, especially music companies, treat their artists.
Like
Not
shit.
well. Like shit. No Black person who created
May
this
white God bless you, Robert.
from you giving money
I came
to
as fast as I could.
Spirituals on public domain works that we use. And the Chicago Music School, the completely free music school for the young people of Chicago, they have agreed to receive those royalties from us.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute.
We are...
So, they're not actually going to pay royalties? They're going to give them to a school, I guess. I'm confused now.
Oh my.
I don't know what this bitch is on about. But this is just, the point is, it's an empty, hollow virtue signal.
Looking forward to finding out what God might do among us during this Lent.
Amogus.
Smite you.
What?
Sorry. I played an Uncle
Chicago
Ruckus
Musical.
clip.
Is it a, or she said the Music Institute of Chicago? Is that it?
I have no idea. I wasn't paying attention.
No, here it is. People's Music School. That's it. Is this for kids or is this? It is for kids. Okay, it's a kids program. All right, that's cool, I guess. But still, pointless, hollow virtue signaling.
Yeah, that's pretty much most of them.
I have one last story in the sort of miscellaneous / clown world segment.
Which is?
The one that I didn't know about till today. And you were like, "Oh, did you hear about this huge news?" And I was like, "I didn't even hear that because it just didn't come up in my newsfeed. I don't know."
Oh, you didn't even know about the subway attack?
I didn't even hear about it. I have no idea how.
I don't know
it
how
fell
the
through.
hell you didn't know about that.
I didn't. I don't know. But there is a suspect in custody. I don't know. It somehow fell through my daily news feed. I don't know. Who knows? But basically, a 62-year-old man, Frank R. James, was arrested in connection with the mass shooting on a subway train in Brooklyn, in which at least 23 people were injured. There was nowhere left for him to run, the police commissioner said. Frank R. James, who law enforcement officials suspect of having perpetrated the worst attack of New York subway system in years, was taken into custody on Wednesday, more than 24 hours into an expansive search that erupted after at least 10 people were shot in a Brooklyn train station. "We got him," said Mayor Eric Adams, the first official to speak in an afternoon news conference. "We got him. Mr. James was arrested in the East Village," officials said, and has been charged with having committed a terrorist act on mass transit systems, according to Breon S. Peace, the U.S. Attorney for New York's Eastern District. If convicted, Mr. James could face a sentence of up to life in prison. Officials said that Mr. James was apprehended thanks to a tip that came in from McDonald's on 6th Street and 1st Ave. Doesn't really... Basically, that's just the TLDR. The guy's in custody. Officials say that the day before they attacked, Mr. James had left the N train where the shooting had taken place and boarded a local train across the platform. The R train...
I've seen a bunch of conspiracies about this.
I can't.
Can't what?
He starts with N and ends with R.
Oh, okay. He's black, what the hell do you expect?
Several victims had also fled too. He exited the subway system at 25th Street and managed to evade law enforcement for over a day. Mr. James had been arrested many times previously, officials say, including 9 prior arrests in New York, mostly for misdemeanors, and 3 arrests in New Jersey. His apprehension on Wednesday put an end to a frantic search that began after the shooting in the Sunset Park subway station, which left at least 23 people injured. Officials say Mr. James was the man who, wearing a construction worker's helmet and vest and gas mask, had thrown 2 smoke grenades on the floor of the N train and unleashed a barrage of gunfire onto the ground at 8:30 a.m. on Tuesday. He escaped the scene, but police discovered an array of belongings on the train that he appeared to have left behind, including a Glock 9mm handgun, 3 ammunition magazines, a credit card with Mr. James's name on it. What an idiot! And a key to a U-Haul van.
Your random outburst.
The vehicle was abandoned on a street in the Gravesend neighborhood late Tuesday afternoon, about 5 miles from 36th Street Station in Sunset Park, where the shooting had taken place. According to a criminal complaint found Wednesday in federal court, Mr. James reserved and prepaid for the van from U-Haul on April 6th and picked it up in Philly on April 11th. Around 4:11 a.m. on Wednesday, surveillance cameras captured the van crossing Verrazano Narrows Bridge. Oh, right, they renamed the Brooklyn Bridge to this dumb thing. Verrazano Narrows into Brooklyn. So that's just the news there. This guy... Do you have any idea? Like, the rest of the article just goes on about more of the details, but of...
He has a history of being racist, and he also has prior arrest records. Well, that's not remotely a surprise.
But I'm guessing nobody knows the motives right now.
He's racist, and that's about it.
Yeah, seems so.
Of course.
Seems so. So that's not a funny one, but that is more clown world bullshit that I thought we should briefly cover, since I think when I was setting this up, this is just today, and when I got this article, it was like posted 6 minutes ago or something like that. So,
you know whose commentary I want to hear on this?
Who?
Louis.
That'll be fun.
Because Louis is in New York.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so I want to hear what he says about this shit. And you know, Louis is not afraid to say gamer words. And Louis already has a certain, let's say, opinion of certain people that are not white. Correct, by the way, but, you know, Louis doesn't give a shit.
Well, I disavow that part. But speaking of disasters...
Why? It's true.
Because I don't like racism.
It's not racism to just say, like, look, here's statistics. Like, you want to
maybe
try and talk about this?
Obviously.
No,
obviously, I like statistics.
Where I'm from, I don't give a rat's ass about you fucking racism. You can fuck off.
As a wise man, Samuel Heidenstein once said, Samuel, what was it? Samuel, the ghost of Kiev, once said, friends don't let friends read FBI crime statistics. But again, speaking of tragedy...
That's the case, I have no friends. Shut up, Biden.
Or specifically, a disaster. A lot of people were saying that this Title 42 stuff is a disaster, or it's about to be a disaster. The COVID-19 border policy that is set to end in May.
Isn't this the one that the Democrats voted to keep?
Yes, because this was a COVID strategy to keep, because they had to keep, because the virus, it was so dangerous, so terrible.
You know, it's bad when even the Democrats are like, yeah, we can't go. Like, even this is one we have to keep because this is
except this is not. Listen to why even Democrats, the Democrats right now, several of them are saying, do not remove this order, and we'll read why.
Go on.
Despite making some changes to the U.S. border policy, the Biden administration for over a year maintained the most sweeping border restriction enacted by former President Donald Trump, a pandemic-era order known as Title 42 that has led to the quick deportation of hundreds of thousands of migrants in 2 years. After 2 defeats in federal court in March and intensifying pressure from top Democrats in Congress, the Biden administration announced on April 1st it would wind down Title 42 by late May. Despite supporting the end of other pandemic-related restrictions, Republicans have forcefully denounced the decision to end Title 42. Some centrist Democrats have also criticized the move, saying the administration is not prepared for a potential unprecedented spike in migrant apprehensions along the southern border after Title 42 is lifted. What exactly is Title 42? Has been used by both administrations to expel migrants. We'll go over it real quickly, then we'll go over why it's important and why even Democrats are being like, wait a minute. We're coming up on midterms. This is not a good idea. Because that's the only reason I think I can imagine centrist Democrats are saying no to this is either because they're in states that are about to get flooded or because they're looking forward at midterms and going, please don't do this. Hold out till after midterms to make this really bad decision.
You're going to get killed anyway.
Yeah, well. On March 20th, 2020, the outset of COVID public health emergency, Trump previewed a member to curb mass uncontrolled cross-border movement. Now, if you are worried about the spread of a highly contagious disease, you certainly wouldn't want, this is before vaccinations, of course, March 2020, you don't want people from other countries coming in and potentially spreading the disease.
Yeah, it's just common sense.
It is common sense. A move that would ultimately go further in restricting migration, than any of his administration's previous hardline border policies. That day, the Centers for the CDC Director Robert Redfield invoked a World War II-era public health law to authorize U.S. border officials to promptly deport migrants. The law, found in Title 42 of the U.S. Code, grants the government, quote, the power to prohibit in whole or part the introduction of persons and property to stop a contagious disease from spreading in the U.S. The order Redfield signed said the deportations were necessary to control the spread of COVID-19 in border facilities, protect U.S. agents from the virus, and preserve medical resources. While Redfield's initial order was enacted for 30 days, he extended it for another month in April 2020 and then indefinitely in May. Despite its stated public health justification, the CDC order authorizing the deportations was signed over the objection of top experts at the agency who did not believe the unprecedented policy was justified, according to the congressional testimony and CBS News reporting. Well, remember how the Democrats and all the left were saying that, COVID, and Republicans are on this too, the worst thing ever. Oh my God, this is so awful. Well, apparently even the CDC was kind of saying, or congressional testimony, not the CDC, but even people at the time were like, oh, you don't really need that. I think they would have changed their minds later. Again, this is March of 2020 when this first happens, before we hit, you can never, this is the new normal, you can never take your mask off ever again, loser kind of stuff. Officials refer to a deportation under Title 42 as an expulsion, since it's not carried out under immigration law, which imposes further penalties for those who are removed, such as multi-year banishments from the U.S. So in other words, they don't even you just get put on the other side of the border. They don't do anything to you. They don't write down your name and get your ID and stuff like that and punish you in case you do attempt to enter the country legally later. It sounds like it wasn't that bad for these people trying to enter the country. But I want to just go down to how many people have been expelled. Yep. Since March 2020, the U.S. authorities along the border with Mexico have carried out more than 1.7 million migrant expulsions under Title 42, according to government statistics. While Title 42 applies to both land borders, U.S. officials along the Canadian border, who process a substantially lower number of migrants compared to the southern border colleagues, have used the policy to limit, on a limited basis, carrying out 15,000 expulsions in 2 years of those filthy leaves. Or Dave the Rake, I guess. But if you scroll down here, Spoon, into this article,
ridiculous.
You can see the number of migrants expelled using Title 42 under Trump and then under Biden.
I'm assuming there's less under. Damn.
No. Look at it under
15,000 in
Biden.
2 years, and Trump in 9 months, 400,000.
Yeah.
Fucking Christ.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
You guys do realize that Biden is not running the country.
No shit. But
I don't know who the hell is, but there's no leadership.
It's not Kamala either.
No.
But again, Trump 400,000, Biden 1.2 million. So now they're gonna end it, right? They're gonna end this on in May. And what do you think? What do you think that's gonna do?
They're just gonna let them in the country and stay there.
Well, this article from the Daily Mail. Oh, I don't know. What's going on here? Could it be revealed 140,000 migrants are headed towards the U.S. as Mexican official warns Biden lifting Title 42 on May 23rd will create chaos at the border. Let's just read the big hits here, because I think we had an idea what's going on here. Enrique Lucero, a migrant official in Mexico, told DailyMail.com the situation with migrants may get out of hand once the U.S. removes Title 42. The Biden administration announced recently that the Trump-era measure, which again, he deported, well, what was the right word? Not removed. It was, what was the terminology again? No, it wasn't banished. Expelled. He expelled more than twice as many migrants as Trump did. Oh, 3 times. Yeah, 3 times as many, almost. He expelled 3 times as many migrants as Trump did in the same amount of time, more or less.
How do you have more migrants and more problems, people? I think we need less restrictions. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
It was okay. One of the things that was reported very early on is that the second Biden came into power, guess what happened? A whole bunch of people tried to flood the border, right? Because they're like, oh, the orange man's gone. He's not going to actually do anything. This old fart's not going to do shit.
For the most part, he's not.
Also, he wants us to come over because the Democrats need votes.
Want voters, yeah.
Want voters. Let's see. Lucero said the Biden administration doesn't have a plan in place to handle the rush of asylum requests. Dr. Monero Mena, a director of the Coalition for the Defense of Migrants, says that the U.S. government has provided preferential treatment for Ukrainians. He added that by doing so, the needs of migrants from other countries, especially Latin American and Haiti, are being dismissed. How? It's so bizarre that... What a weird thing to say.
Well, basically, let only the good white folk. There's
an active war going on that is in a very precarious position, right? I mean, we'll go over the stuff in Bucha a little bit, because I'm not sure what happened there. I don't think anyone's exactly sure what happened there, because there's Russian propaganda, and there's Ukrainian propaganda, and there's US propaganda, which has been the case with this whole thing involving Ukraine, by the way. That everyone has their own version of propaganda, but we'll look at that. Point of the matter is, there's a war in a region involving a country that's nuclearized right now, right?
Yep.
So that's taking a little bit of priority. It just broke out. Rather than people who live in a bunch of these countries south of the U.S. border, who are citizens of those countries, and the countries, let's just be honest, are shitholes, so they don't want to be there, and they want to come to the U.S. Yeah. That's not pressing. That's a constant issue.
Spanish speaking. I wonder why that is.
Well, because Spain colonized a lot of South America.
Yeah, but man, they were kind of shit at it.
No, Spain did a lot of global conquest.
Bad shit, yeah.
The reality is, though, is that yes, that's why the West is paying attention to Ukraine right now. Wow, what a mystery. I think we solved it, though. Oh my God, so dumb. But again, this is a perennial issue. This is all the time. So this doesn't go away if you take in more migrants, by the way. 140,000. It's not going to change. There's still going to be a bunch of other people that want to come to the U.S. But the question I really have about that is, why does anyone want to come to the U.S. right now? I mean, I know that their countries are shitholes, but it's not like the U.S. is doing super hot. We'll get into that in a moment. Yeah, we'll get into that in a moment. But first, we should go over what is happening to the people who are currently crossing the border illegally. Because it's pretty funny.
Well, it's just
I need to look at the server. There are base things transpiring. Oh, you guys better not be doing anything bad on my server.
What, there's base things happening?
People, just feel free to post memes. Again, welcome to the server, guys. So I wanted to give it out today. We'll look at I'll be in the server afterwards. Probably we'll hang out and stuff. So what I want to talk about next is what is happening to the migrants that are pouring over the border, particularly now or arriving at the border in anticipation of the end of Title 42. Migrants arrive in D.C. on buses sent by GOP Texas Governor Greg Abbott.
Good on him.
Oh, what's that? What's that? Oh, you DC Dems, you just love those migrants so much. Just let them pour in. Give me your poor, you're hungry. But leave them in Texas, please. Or let them clean toilets of my mansion in California.
Yeah.
Or Florida, whatever. I just don't.
You know, it's not really any good for them to be blue voters in the place that's already blue. Funny how that works.
Well, again, they want them in Florida, they want them in Texas, they want them in southern states.
Pennsylvania.
So what does Greg Abbott does? What does Greg Abbott do? He goes, nah, I'm going to take the illegal migrants, the undocumented migrants that you want to allow into the country, and I'm going to ship them to the District of Columbia. By busing migrants to Washington, D.C., the Biden administration will be able to more immediately meet the needs of the people they are allowing to cross our border, Abbott said in a statement Wednesday, adding that another busload is en route.
I do think it is really fucked up the way they're just basically playing politics with people's lives. That is kind of fucked up.
Oh, it is I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
That is fucked up. These are real people's lives. But the thing is, the Democrats don't treat them like that in the first place. They treat them as numbers to pad out voting. And let's be real, Republicans also use illegal immigrant labor as well because they don't mind being able to pay people for less in Republican states. They don't mind being able to pay people slave wages. I don't like that.
Okay, look at the chat
why is it
quick.
Funny? Oh.
look at the general chat.
Yeah, I see what's going on.
You see the giant blue
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. Well done. That's some good stuff right there. And also I do agree, if I browse Twitter, I also have the same feeling.
But didn't you go on a little bit of a speech earlier about how, please, Mr. Musk, buy Twitter so I can have my account back?
Yeah, so I can join in the purging. I would also like to be one of the okay, I can't say this out loud, so I'd message it to you.
Keep it to yourself.
No.
All right, share it with me then, I guess. Abbott, who is running for re-election in November.
I'd like to be a god there.
I see. Dude, fucking disavow hard. Abbott, who is running for re-election in November, said last week that he had directed the Texas Division of Emergency Management to charter buses to transport the migrants to D.C. Texas should not have to bear the burden of the Biden administration's failure to secure the border.
Agreed.
I mean, it is. You are right. It's pretty screwed up that people's lives are being played around with like this. But the Democrats are the ones doing it. So for once, a Republican is fighting back in a way that isn't. I mean, what can they say? He's not taking them back across the border.
It's also
He's just saying, like, you want them here. You want them in this country.
Send them to
Let's put them in D.C. I mean, of course, the Democrats can just round them back up and send them wherever.
They demand me don't scream. No fucking dice. That's not how this works. I would like to, because it's funny, but not that one.
I think this is just, yeah. The rest of it's just a kind of review of what we already covered. But yeah, so basically, based, I think, on Abbott's part. Not cool to bust people around and fuck with their lives like this. They are in the country illegally in the first place. And the question that I was going to ask earlier, and I was alluding to, is I'm not sure why 140,000 of them are waiting at the border, considering that U.S. inflation just reached the highest point that it's been since 1981.
Yeah, of course. Because they're trying to deliberately destroy the economy.
I mean, it certainly seems that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, obviously that's what they're trying to do.
How else could it be? Otherwise, you'd have to say like it's levels of failure of catastrophic proportion.
Deliberate.
And I think it has to be deliberate.
Yeah, of course.
And they are blaming. We'll get into
no one is that stupid.
But of course,
I could run the economy better than Biden can. And it's not difficult.
Of course, it's never ever Joe Biden's fault, though. You know who's responsible for this. 8.5% inflation. You know who did that.
Not Russia.
It's that big man, nasty Putler man. That's who did it.
No, because the inflation was kicking
According to
off
the
well
Biden
before.
admin.
Yeah, but they don't
Yes,
even
I
know
know.
his own. He doesn't even know his own fucking name.
I know.
There's
I
a
know.
clip recently
But
where he had to look down and read his own fucking name, and he was choking at it.
Oh, I didn't see that. God.
You didn't see that? And then the bird was shitting on his shoulder.
I saw the bird shit on his shoulder.
Yeah, it was that clip. It was before that.
Oh, I must have missed it because I got distracted by the bird shit.
Yeah, but that, because I always used to joke, like, this guy doesn't even know his own name, and then he said that, I'm like, oh, this is less of a joke, now it's just fucking true.
Goddamn.
Your president doesn't know his own fucking name. This is why the entire world is going like, we're just going to do whatever the hell we want for a while, because America is run by a fucking pathetic frail weakling, and they're not going to do jack shit.
Yeah.
And they're not going to do jack shit, so go Putin. Fuck shit up. I don't fucking care. As long as they can erode the influence of the West, fuck you, Biden. I don't give a crap if they nuke the shit out of Ukraine either. Bollocks.
I mean, this is just clearly, screwed up, right?
Yes. And I don't mean this against the Ukrainian people. It's just like, dude, Zelensky, you could have just met him halfway and decided not to blow up your entire fucking country. But because you were not pragmatic, you were a dickhead about it, now he's just like, no, I'm just going to level you because
He was
you're
going
being
to
a dick.
okay, let me just explain real quick. He was going to, what Putin wanted and what was already going on is he wanted Zelensky to officially cede Crimea and Donbass, right?
Because he should.
Well, the problem for Ukraine is that about half of their oil and gas natural reserves, both in the sea and in the land, are in Crimea. So they really do not want to lose Crimea. I don't really care too much about Donbass. It's primarily ethnic Russian. They don't want to cede land at all, though, obviously. But they don't have the natural resource interest in Donbass the way they have in Crimea. Of course, they have shelled Donbass over 100,000 times since 2015. No one ever hears about that. But alas, over 100,000 times they've shelled the people in Donbass. Anyway, the point is, though, is that he doesn't want to cede, because it's about half of their resources, of really valuable resources. So I understand why he doesn't want to cede Crimea. That makes just a lot of sense.
I don't think he gives a shit. He's fucking minted.
Yeah, but that's why.
He's just sitting on a golden throne right now saying, please send us more money and weaponry. Why?
Yeah, we'll get to that. I literally have the video of it.
It's just slowly delaying the inevitable and just killing more people. Yeah. That's all it is doing. Like, you're not going to win. Like, get the fuck out. So all you're doing right now is you're just killing more people and wasting more money. That's the God's honest truth. Arturits, who would know better than I do, says Donbass is the manufacturing hub. Do they have coal and iron as well, I guess? So that would be why they care about Donbass. Not so much about the ethnic Russian and Russian-speaking people who live there, but the natural resources, which is what almost all of this has been about the whole time. That's why it all involved Burisma, natural gas or company. It's why it's heavily involved with a 50% hike on the cost of transporting gas through the Soviet-era pipelines. That's so much of this stuff has been about that. A lot of it is about resources more than it's about. Is there some ethnic hatred there? Oh yeah. A lot of Ukrainians don't like Russians, and for very good reasons. A lot of people from former Soviet states really don't like the Russians. Again, for very good reasons. But more than anything, it's about resources, as most things are. Speaking of which, it's very kleptocratic reason.
Yeah. The Consumer Price Index, which measures the prices of basket of goods and services, comes after the index rose by 7.9% in the year through February, the fastest pace of annual inflation in 40 years. Driven up by continuing supply chain problems, soaring demand, and rising energy prices, which, good thing we killed that Keystone XL, inflation is now at levels unseen in the U.S. since Ronald Reagan took the White House from Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter, well known as America's favorite president of all time. The price increases are broad, with the cost of rent, gas, and food causing particular hardship for lower-income Americans, and represent a major blow to the Biden admin, already facing tough odds of retaining control of Congress in November's midterm elections.
That was never going to happen in the first fucking place. Let's be honest.
No. Soaring gas prices were the main driver of the rise. The gasoline index rose 18.3% in March and accounted for over half of all the item's monthly increases.
Jesus
Gas
Christ.
prices, I know. Gas prices have begun to fall. Not sure about that. In a sign that some economists have argued may suggest inflation has reached its peak.
No, it hasn't.
The food, I don't think so. No, I don't. I think it's going to get way worse before it gets better. The food index rose 1% in March compared with February and is up 8.8% compared to the prior 12 months. Canned fruit and veg prices rose 3.8% from Feb to March. Rice prices rose 3.2%, potatoes 3.2%, and ground beef 2.1%.
This is why you don't have voting, because your voters are fucking retards.
Yeah,
Get rid of democracy, for God's sakes. It's a fucking miserable failure of a government system. Seriously.
Yeah.
It's fucking terrible. Because there's no need for any of this. None.
No, and they just blame it on Russia.
Yes.
We expect March CPI's headline inflation to be extraordinarily elevated due to Putin's price hike, Psaki said. There are two versions of the CPI, one that includes the prices consumers face, and the other, core CPI, which excludes food and energy prices, which tends to be more volatile. Core prices climbed 6.5% in the year through March, up from 6.4% in the year through February. The core index did suggest the pace of inflation was slowing, rising 0.3% from February compared with 0.5% the prior month. Psaki said the administration expected a wide disparity between the two measures because of the soaring price of gas. Nationally, the average price of gas, a gallon, it was now 4.1, compared with 2.86 a year ago, according to AAA.
There's not a lot of people I want to see dropkick in the face more than her.
I really can't stand Peppermint Patty.
Yeah.
I really
Smug
can't stand Peppermint
fucking
Patty.
cunt of a bitch.
Oof. What a big oof. And speaking of all that, what do we got
I legitimately
next?
hate her.
I don't hate her.
No, there's like 5 people I'd fire out of a cannon. She's in my top 3. Easily.
I don't hate many people, dude. Hate's exhausting. You gotta let go of it. Hate is really exhausting. Don't hate. It's too much cognitive and emotional energy. But the U.S. is not alone, as UK inflation hits 7%. So UK is right along. I mean, it's just the headline I want to put up here mostly. But yep, U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen warning to countries not to undermine sanctions against Russia. So that's coming along with it.
She's another one.
Huh?
She's another one.
I know.
Her face looks like a chicken's asshole.
Yeah. Yeah. So
it drives me insane that there are voters who think that these people are going to do anything about it. They caused the fucking damage in the first place. They're not
that's the thing.
Going to fix it, you fucking retards.
The thing about Democrats is that they create problems for themselves to solve.
Yes.
But they don't really want to solve them because the problem is what gives them power.
Yes.
So they want to give the
easy to understand.
Yes. So they want to give the illusion of doing something about it, but not actually fix it.
It just strikes me like, look at Trump. Did you have any of the problems that you have now under Trump? No. So the people who came in power fucking made them, and you think they're going to fix them. Why the hell do you think this? If you voted for these people, do me a favor. Don't ever vote for the rest of your fucking life, because you're too stupid to vote. Like, literally, you are too fucking dumb.
Well...
No, I'm serious. Like, everyone who votes for these people, stop voting permanently. I don't care if you vote for the other side. Stop voting in general, because you are too fucking dumb. This is why I don't want to vote. This is why I think you should restrict voting. This suffrage of people is fucking crap. Not everyone should be voting. There's some of you that are really stupid and self-destructive to society. Stop fucking voting. You should have your right to vote removed.
Oh shit! I missed this. Sorry. Sorry, I got really distracted. They seized Abramovich's assets in Jersey. Fug. Oh no, maybe I'm not safe then. People come and put their money in the Channel Islands because it's a tax haven. I've always been like, I'm chill. I'm not doing anything sussy. Not doing any sussy Baka stuff, but like. Roman Abramovich, one of those Russian oligarchs, those gosh darn Russian oligarchs, they froze his assets. I'm kind of surprised Jersey did that, but interesting. Sorry, I just saw it in the headline here. But UK inflation is at its highest point since 1992. US since 1981.
Yay.
Food and drink up 5.9%. Excuse me. Student loan interest hit 12%. RPI reaches 9%. But it's going great, right? Yeah. And again, remember that Biden's screw-ups have global implications. In the West, in particular, and in the
That's why
Anglosphere.
I always laugh at Americans who go, "We run the world," and then they get really pissed off when the whole world looks at their fucking policy. And
Listen
I'm
here,
not
you
very
da-
impressed.
Listen here, you dang redcoat. Freedom ain't free. Why
Yeah.
don't you go back to your country and go
I
sip
would
some
if
tea or
you
whatever?
would.
Go hate your antelope, whatever it is you do.
Someone said, "How do you decide who to take suffrage away from?"
Everyone. Yes.
As a monarchist, all of them. Yes, that would be the
As a
preferred one.
monarchist, the answer is yes.
Yes.
Everyone's kind of dumb.
As
Myself
far as
certainly
the
included.
democracy answer, how do I say this in a non-PC way?
You're gonna say something that I'm gonna have to disavow in like a second. See, I'm an equal opportunity. It's equal opportunity and no opportunity to vote. Because all of us are susceptible to this, right? And we need to accept that as we're all susceptible to propaganda. We're all susceptible to emotional voting. We're all susceptible to all kinds of things.
I have a penis. Emotion does not factor into my worldview.
A whole bunch of things factor into, but there's multivariate number
I'm not a
of different
leftist. I'm quite far right, actually. Thank you. We're
that
monarchists.
go into this the problem with voting and why it might be better to have someone make that decision and without the will of the people. Now, again, I am not an absolute monarchist in that I think you should have some form of elections. I think you should have a diet of representatives that are elected by the people, right? So
yeah, I disagree with this. I'm for the absolute.
Right. Well, that's where we'll have to do we were supposed to do that last week, but you got sick. We were supposed to last weekend, but you were sick, right?
Yeah.
Is to talk about to lay out our ideas on monarchy and do the absolute versus constitutional monarchy sort of discussion. Maybe we'll do it next weekend.
Lenin is an absolute.
I know, but he lays out a constitutional monarchy system.
Yes.
Because even he knew is like people aren't going to take to this well.
Absolute gimme. Give me all the power. And give it to a guy called Elon Musk. Even Molbug is a fan of the absolute, which is quite terrifying to me, to be honest.
Yeah,
the way
that
he said it
earlier today is would Elon be would Molbug see Elon as the best chess player in the room, because he seems to be.
Yeah, I think he probably would, to be honest.
Yeah, I think so too.
Because there's that clip of him.
Explain real quick. Explain to the chat. Mencius, Molbug, Curtis Yarvin. He's again advocating for monarchy and I guess absolute monarchy, and the immediate question that you always get asked is, well, who gets to be monarch? Because particularly in the United States, which is divorced, orphaned from monarchy, who do you pick? Like, how do you find it? And Molbug's intention is you find the best chess player. And in terms of the person who's best able to make complicated decisions. Now, there's a lot of problems with that. I have this argument. I don't think he's actually even advocating, though, for a hereditary system necessarily.
No, he wants to do a corporate model.
Yeah, right.
So basically, you do the joint stock model on a country scale.
CEO, yeah.
Yes, a CEO essentially. He thinks should be the best leader, they did ask him, like, how do you choose your CEO? And he just said, find the best chess player and give him the job.
Right.
But when asked about this, he said we should have a true election, and we should have, because he says that the current apparatus, the Trump in power, he doesn't have that much power as what you think he has, like during World War II, for example.
Right.
And he said,
yeah.
His words were, and his direct words, he said, we should have a true election, and we should get one vote for one person and give them ultimate power. And that's pretty terrifying, but that's quite scary. But then I realized that he's formulating a new system in his head, so it's not give the current power of the federal government to one man, because that's insane.
Sad Wings brings up in the chat. Interesting. Sad Wings Raging says, so he wants the WEF. Yeah, I can see how it can sound that way for sure. But I think what he's looking at, Curtis is
He's a small state person.
Big chess guy. So I think he's, and small state. Not looking at globalism, stuff like that. Well, we'll have to, I would love to, Curtis often comes on smaller channels. I would love to talk to him. He's if nothing else, a fascinating person to listen to. If you guys have never heard Moldbug talk,
and he's a fun writer.
Yes, and his writing is very easily accessible.
But he does swerve wildly in from an introduction to hitting you heavy really quickly. There's like no first, second gear. It's like first to 6.
Ooh, my voice is kind of killing me. Would you mind looking at this next article? Do you think you can handle it? I know both of us are not. I'm struggling because I'm still getting over my cough, and I've got allergies now. Would you like to get back to the topic of the inflation? As White House braces for extraordinarily elevated inflation numbers. So Biden's telling you to just, if you think it's bad now,
suck it up and fuck you.
It's gonna get way worse.
Yeah. Because these people have no fucking clue on. Well, they do know how to lower things, but they just don't give a shit because they're trying to destroy the economy. What they're trying to do is cripple the American influence on the world. Because in the next phase of the Industrial Revolution, America is not the superpower of the world. So they're deliberately trying to destroy the American system. That's it.
Yeah. Before we get into that article, I do have a meme here that's related. I'm going to play it to watch together real quick if you don't mind. You got it up?
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, friend, listen up. I know the world is scary right now, but it's gonna get way worse.
Is that from Stalker?
It's a Stalker reference.
Yeah, there we go.
But it's gonna get way worse.
It's gonna get way worse, yeah.
So, speaking of which, we got this article from The Hill. Extraordinarily elevated inflation numbers.
Yes, the White House is bracing for extraordinary elevated inflation numbers to be reflected in Tuesday's data from the Labor Department, attributing it largely to rising energy costs stemming from Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Yes, because you get like less than 7% of your fucking oil from Russia. So I don't know how the hell that is because of Russia, but God only knows because these people
because they're lying. That's why. It's called a lie. You know, like a liar does.
Otherwise known as politicians.
Yeah.
Because of the actions we've taken to address the Putin price hike, you've done fuck all to address that. You've just made it worse because you keep fucking giving ammo to these people to keep the war going, you dipshit. We are in a better place than we were last month. No, you fucking aren't, especially not you. Psaki said, indirectly referring to releasing additional oil from strategic petroleum oil reserves and call for it. You have a cockload of fucking oil from the ground that you can drill any fucking day now.
That's bad for the environment. Instead, we have to put it on a big ship and ship it across the ocean. That's really good for the environment.
God, now, to be fair, the oil companies don't want to pump the fucking oil because the oil there's less oil, so they get more money.
Yeah.
So they're not going to fucking drill, baby drill. That people should be aware of that. Man.
No, they want to keep it a rare commodity to keep the price up.
Yeah, exactly. The companies to avoid price gouging. They're not price gouging. They're just not drilling more fucking oil. But we expect March CPI headline inflationary to be extraordinary.
Well, that is kind of contradictory to what you just said. To be fair, you did say, yeah, of course they want to price gouge. Well, I mean, they want. But
I'm not sure which companies can drill.
Right. So I think both are possibilities. I think there is a possibility that they're price gouging. I also think that the U.S. has made a series of really bad decisions involving making itself energy independent. Excuse me, not the U.S. Biden has made a series of really bad decisions that to prevent the U.S. from becoming energy independent, which Trump was working very quickly on.
But you might want to ask them why were they drilling under Trump and not under Biden? Because Trump is not holding a gun to their head saying keep drilling.
Because they know they can do this to Biden. They know they can bully the old man. That's the difference. They'll play a game with the businessman. They're not playing a game with this guy. Because he's an idiot and he's senile, and they know that he'll capitulate.
Could be that, yeah. But we expect March CPI headline inflation to be extraordinarily elevated due to Putin's price hike. Fuck off. Psaki continued saying the impact of energy prices would largely be the blame, and the fault lies with the Russian President Vladimir Putin's invasion. No, it fucking is. You had inflation well before the invasion.
Also, the gas prices were way up. Yes, we went over this a couple streams ago. The gas prices went up the second Biden got into office, and they continued to go up during his entire administration up till now. They have gone up exponentially since then.
Yep.
But every month that Biden has been in office, month by month, gas prices have increased. Yeah. They are using Ukraine and Russia as a way of explaining their own failures, and it's shameful.
Yeah, and we all know this because
people are fucking dying. And I'm like, that's why your gas costs so much.
No.
Screw you, dude.
Yeah. Is the average cost of the gallon of regular petrol, I'm not saying that fucking G word, at $4 as of Monday, according to the AAA. The number is down slightly from a month ago, when the average price per gallon was $4.33, but it is still up roughly 50 cents from early March. I will say anytime there's a heightened monthly data or inflation reporting or numbers, it is a reminder to us, our allies on the Hill, and hopefully to many of the American people, that we need to do more to reduce costs to the American people, which you don't fucking care about this.
No,
Stop
they
lying.
don't care at all.
You don't give a flying fuck.
Spider was right. It's literal it's literal gaslighting and figurative gaslighting.
Yes. Yeah, it's true.
Sorry, continue.
Someone said share the funny. Let's see. She pushed for Congress. She can't crush shit. Except my patience. She pushed for Congress to pass the administration's proposals on prescription drug pricing, childcare, and other ideas that would reduce costs for families and mitigate, by raising taxes.
By the way, remember one of the first things Biden also did was reduce Trump's provisions on making insulin cost almost nothing.
Yeah.
So good job there. I mean, and again, like they memory hold this stuff. They do these things. Then they memory hole it and blame it on the Republicans when it's the Republicans' turn.
And many people who are fucking stupid retards will actually buy that dumb crap.
Well, they just because again, it's a lot of things. It's agenda setting.
Did Jackson get confirmed?
Huh?
Did Jackson get confirmed?
Oh, did she?
I don't know.
I thought it was still
up in the air.
Yeah. It seemed like it was pretty much gonna happen though,
because I know a bunch of people decided at the last minute to vote no.
I don't see anything from the last couple minutes on it, so.
Oh, good. It's the raising prices for food, energy, shelter, and a wide range of consumer goods have squeezed household budgets amid an otherwise strong recovery. No, there's not been a strong recovery.
No,
there really hasn't.
Well, it was doing better under Trump though.
Of course it was, because Trump actually gave a shit about the economy. Because Trump has a massive fucking ego.
Yeah, if nothing else, one thing you could say about Trump is that for no other reason than his own ego, he didn't want to look bad, you know?
Yeah, but I'm okay with that.
And again, this is, like, I'm just saying, people who hate Trump, you can hate him all you want. You can say he's an egotist. Oh, he is an absolute egotist. But it's because he's an egotist that he was not incentivized, personally, to screw around with the country and American people, because he wants people to love him.
Yeah, he wants to be liked.
Because it flames his own ego.
Yes.
I mean, it's not... I don't think it's difficult to understand that that's who Trump is. He wants people to love him. He also likes to do a little trolling, but...
and he's very good at Twitter.
And he was very good at Twitter. But anyway, as we can see, this is all being blamed. Even though all the inflation had been going up over month for the last year, of course, it's all Putin's fault. And there's a clip here. It's just a video. I can't put it into watch together because it's through NBC, or ABC, I mean.
Yeah, with gayness.
No, NBC. I always get their logos confused. Although I shouldn't.
Play this stupid thing?
Yeah, just play this quick video. It's only 2 minutes. Let me know because we have to sync up. Tell me when you're good.
Okay, hold on. Why can I not click on this stupid thing?
It's annoying. I hate their website. It stinks. It's poopy.
Okay.
And unclick mute because it's automatically muted, I think.
I'm away. I thought I'll play this stupid thing.
Yeah. It's got a Biden quote in it that I think's interesting, and we can always see what the headline is.
This is Makari, about 45 miles west of Kyiv. Russian forces took the villages surrounding it, but were held back from the city center by Ukrainian soldiers. This man, who asked us not to show his face, is one of those defenders. Today he showed us what's left of this apartment that authorities just searched for the first time. The rocket tore through this wall and landed right here in this kitchen, the whole apartment incinerated. Neighbors say an older woman lived here, and sadly her remains are still in the other room. So far, local officials say they found 130 bodies here. Late today,
dude, you
while
couldn't
talking about
wait until she's
inflation,
buried
President Biden
to be in her
calling
house?
Russia's actions genocide.
None of it should hinge on whether a dictator declares war and commits genocide and half a world away.
And now there's growing concern about an unconfirmed report from the Azov Battalion, part of the Ukrainian National Guard, accusing Russia of using a poisonous substance of unknown origin.
Can you pause for a second?
The Ukrainian government.
Where are you at, by the way, at timestamp? Because I'm fucked up.
About a minute in.
Okay. Did you get to the? Did you get past Biden calling it a genocide?
Yep.
And then we have a nice report here now from the Azov Battalion.
Yeah, which I don't believe.
All right, I'm at 1 minute and 2 seconds. Where are you at?
1 minute 7.
All right, let me just catch up to you, and then we'll go. just so I can react to things in real time. Sorry about that. Okay, ready? All right.
Yeah.
And others are now investigating if a chemical weapon was used.
No,
well, today, Russian President Vladimir Putin said peace talks with the Ukrainians had reached a dead end. He also insisted his main goal is to help the people of the eastern Donbass region. Tell that to teacher Katerina Hetz back here in Makariv, who showed us how Russian rockets shattered her world in her music classroom.
The destruction stretches for miles. This was a kindergarten. It was shelled at least twice. Clearly not a military target.
Fortunately, none of the children were here at the time, but Katerina told us Russian troops shot and killed a janitor as he tried to escape the city with his family. I get angry, she says. The Russians don't realize what they're doing. Today, Putin claimed his soldiers' mission was noble.
This is terrible.
So how does he explain this? And tonight, a senior U.S. defense official says that 8-mile-long Russian military
I love the way that they've never done this for any U.S. war, like just a shitload of people killed by drone strikes. Never do they go, oh, we really did this. We should really apologize and do something. I don't give a fuck. But now Putin somehow needs to be the moral one and say, oh, how do we say this? Fuck you.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for you jackasses arming the crap out of the Ukrainians and extending NATO, you could have avoided this for like 30 fucking years. But you decided to say, fuck you. So new.
I don't know. I mean, obviously the things that are happening in Ukraine are horrifying, but I think that by ignoring the West's involvement is really messed up and incorrect. and what Russia is doing is ethically incorrect and wrong. But and I'm going to get into that. But I think the West has been somewhat complicit. And the problem is, right now, there's so much propaganda on every single side that I think it's really hard to tell what's going on. Because again, as I said earlier,
I just don't pay attention to it.
The Russians are putting out propaganda. The West is putting out propaganda. The Ukrainians are putting out propaganda. I found this insider article to cover what happened in Bucha. Or Bucha. I'm sorry, I might be pronouncing it wrong. I think it's Bucha, though.
Wow. The detailed timeline undermining Russia's claim that the massacre in Bucha was a Ukrainian hoax.
This article is actually really fair, I would say. It's not whataboutism, Artur. It really is that everyone's putting out propaganda. And so I think that this article is this was a good article that just goes over the timeline and doesn't try to... It doesn't agree with anyone 100%. It's just the evidence. Now, I don't know how accurate it is. Everything I see in here...
It is not whataboutism. It is your fucking stupid country does really stupid shit and never, ever is held to account. So when
He's Russian.
No, I mean the Americans.
Oh.
Is that any fucker who just says, like, oh, look, dude, if your country does stupid shit, okay, and we know you do stupid shit, and you tell other countries that they need to, I don't know, not do this, or they need to be held to account when you fucking never do, fuck you. I don't give a fuck what the hell you have to say about Russia. If you are never held to the standards you impose upon somebody else, you can fuck off and die. Seriously, I don't give a crap.
That's why I don't think it's whataboutism. I think it's that we have to try. I don't think it's whataboutism when it's talking about the exact same issue and what led to it and why it's in this, why we're here.
Hold yourself to standard or shut the fuck up. End story. That's all I have to say about that.
And by the way, if you do join the Discord, our turrets and I had, I think, a very productive conversation in the Ukraine section when we talked about this for maybe like an hour or so in text, and it's all there for you to read. Had NATO been snapped out of existence, Russia would have still eaten Ukraine. Maybe. I don't know. I think they might have just eaten Crimea and Donbass. I don't know.
Well, it didn't touch the bloody place for 13 years, so I don't know why the hell they would have started now.
Yeah, I mean, that's true for the most part.
Since 1992 all the way to 2014. What, did they do anything to Ukraine? No. It was only when the fucking West decided to fucking mess with their politics did the Russians do anything. So I have my doubts.
Again, I would love for you all to see my video. It is still sitting in limbo because I'm waiting for the advertiser to get back to me and give me the go-ahead. To be fair, I took a week and a half, almost 2 weeks off because I went abroad to the Nomos conference. I wouldn't take it off, but I was like out of the country and stuff. And so I didn't respond to their emails for like a week and a half. And I think they might be getting back at me a little bit. I don't think they are. They would be totally justified in doing so. Anyway, if I could show you my whole video, maybe we'll watch it on the stream afterwards. Like, if you guys want to come to the Discord afterwards, we'll just watch the video if I'm still up. If you want to join the Discord, there is a link to it in the pinned comment on the stream.
I won't be up. I'll be knocked the fuck out.
Yeah, I know you're sick, so. But I wanted to go over this Insider article pretty quickly. Well, not quickly, but I want to go over it because I think they actually have done a quite good job at laying it out in a mostly neutral fashion. So, images of a massacre of civilians in Bucha, Ukraine have shocked the world. Russia claims the killings are a hoax or a conspiracy meant to frame its military. And I would say some of the things about it are a little weird. But Russia's claims fall apart under closer scrutiny, experts told Insider. So Insider just goes through and lays out the claims, right? This is a little bit long, but it's not too bad, okay? God dang. Got a cough. Okay. Images of dead bodies littering the streets of Bucha, Ukraine. By the way, Arturds, am I pronouncing that wrong? You would know. Was it 4 hours that we talked? Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah. Images of dead bodies littering the streets of Bucha, Ukraine have appalled the world. Multiple witnesses say they were victims of Russian soldiers who beat, tortured, and executed scores of civilians when they took control of the town in early March. But Russia has denied the accusations, with Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, he's still there, describing them as fake. Joe Ondrak, lead investigator at Logically AI, told Insider that Russia was operating a two-pronged disinformation strategy. I don't trust that word disinformation anymore.
No, not at
all. Seeking to portray the Bucha killings as a hoax while also blaming Ukraine for the deaths there. On pro-Russian Telegram channels, discussion about how the mainstream media will not report on the atrocities committed by the neo-Nazis and the Ukrainian forces against civilians in Bucha, he said. The reality is that Western media has extensively reported the atrocities, but attributed responsibility to Russia based on evidence from the scenes. At the heart of the defense made by the Russian Foreign Ministry in a Telegram post is the claim that its forces withdrew from the town on March 30th. It argues that this date means they cannot have killed the civilians. They said that no evidence came to light before April 4th when media organizations entered Bucha. They said the bodies were not in a state of decomposition, consistent with their being killed during the Russian occupation. I do want to point out that this is a long history of this stuff, right? So as I brought up earlier, the Ukrainian government shells Donbass more than 100,000 times since 2015, right? They said the reason why they were doing that is because there were Russian soldiers there. But then, in I think 2020 or 2019, the Ukrainian government came out and said, actually, that was a lie, and there were no Russian forces there. We miscalculated or whatever. So the Ukrainian government admitted that there were not Russian forces in the Donbass when they were shelling it. Do you see why I don't trust anyone here? Do you know what I mean? And why, when I see stuff like this, and they're like, well, the Russians committed this horrible atrocity, and I totally believe they're capable of doing something like this. But when we've had, in the past 5 years, this exact kind of actual disinfo, come out of saying, well, we have to kill all these Russians in Donbass. They said they didn't say ethnic Russians. They didn't say supporters of the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics. They said Russian soldiers in Donetsk and Luhansk. And then later said, actually, no, there weren't any Russian soldiers in Donetsk and Luhansk. The Ukrainian government admitted to that. That's why I don't trust this stuff. Mounting evidence is emerging to undermine Russia's argument, said Givy. Whoa, that's a GG. I'm not gonna try it. Who analyzes GVGG, who analyzes Russian disinfo for the Atlantic Council. He told Insider that Russian propaganda about Bucha fits a clear pattern that it has used before. When the Kremlin does not like facts, it tries to twist them. That sounds familiar. That's not whataboutism. The U.S. does it. The U.S. does it too. Ukraine does it too. It's not whataboutism if every country twists narratives. Anywho, sorry, I didn't know if you're gonna say something. He said, noting the claims tend to appeal to the Western conspiracist audience. I think that's us, Spoon.
Yeah, probably.
Gigi said, that, I can't pronounce his whole name, Gigi Tashvili, I guess that's it. Gigi Tashvili said that Russia's claims it withdrew its forces on March 30th is contradicted by a report from Zvezda TV, a news outlet run by Russian Ministry of Defense. Zvezda reported that its forces were conducting a cleanup operation in Bucha on April 1st. A day earlier, Ukrainian authorities had said that the town was still under Russian control. Imagery, well, if this is April 1st, and they're talking about now, and they're still not seeing rigor mortis on the bodies, and the difference is 1 day, but the images of the atrocities began to emerge as early as April 1st. So, shocking videos soon spread showing civilian bodies lying in the street emerged on Ukrainian Telegram channels. The New York Times reported that the footage was taken by a Bucha County council member. And it's harrowing. I've seen it. This undermines the Russian claims of no evidence of atrocities that emerged before April 3rd and shows the bodies were already present when Ukrainian forces entered the town. What I will say is weird, right? Now, I am not an expert on war or these kinds of things. I'm a stupid social scientist. All right? But I do find it weird that the bodies are all in the street. I'm not saying anything about that. I can just see why people look at it and think it's weird, because I also kind of found it weird that it's like right in the place for drones to fly over and take footage of it. Do you know what I mean? I think, look, by the way, I think they're bodies. I absolutely think that these people are dead. But I don't think it's all staged or something like that. I think that's ridiculous. But I think it would be in the people's best interest to try and get local people's best interest, really, legitimately, to try and garner sympathy from the rest of the world. There was a video I kind of wanted to play. I cannot play it because YouTube removed it, which was a video of a woman dressed in traditional Ukrainian dress. So like a flower crown and the traditional, white floral kind of gown, and in front of a field, and she has a sickle and slices the throat of a man that she says is a Russian, and sits there talking about it while showing it's clear propaganda. I've seen this, our turrets, yeah. Is this the video that... Oh man, I have to click on it and bring it up in YouTube. Hang on one second. Yeah, I've seen this video. I mean, it's weird to me that the bodies are all in the ground. Again, I don't doubt that they're real bodies. They look like real human bodies to me. I would never have doubted that. Oh, you're talking about the thing where it looks like he moves? Well, so they've responded to that, yeah. So, yeah, in this video, there's a part in one of the videos where there's the tank and the Jeep is going down the street, and it looks like one of the bodies moves, like his arm moves. And the counterclaim to the BBC, I believe, was that it was a water droplet. However, should we watch it? YouTube's not going to like this stream in general, so let's just watch it. I'll put it into the watch together. Okay. We're already guaranteed demonetized here, so. What the hell was that? Browser change. Oh, is it not going to let us watch this because it's
gory?
It might not. Let me try again. Oh wait, here we go.
No.
Yeah, we can't watch it on the watch together. It looks like it. So we can't watch it, but it looks like his arm moves. They're claiming it's a water droplet. I don't know. I also know, what I do know for sure is that like a month ago, there was a big video going around of all the masses of dead bodies in Kiev. And it turned out to be video from like 4 years ago from a staged die-in protest. And the Western media was claiming that all these people had died in Kiev. And they were live people under body bags that were doing a protest. So my point is, I'm very suspicious a lot of this.
Oh snap, Broughton's in the chat. What's up, man?
Hey.
Foreign politics, good people.
Hey, yo. How's it going, man?
If I could get him on the stream, I actually would.
Did you see the same street with hundreds of media stamping all over it in Bucha? No evidence there anymore. I don't... Again... I don't know what's going on here. I don't think anyone in the West probably can. Or anywhere properly can right now. But it's a little bit... All of it's suspicious to me. I'm just trying to have a healthy degree of skepticism when I approach a topic like this, where it is in everybody's, it's in someone's best interest, politically and for their own well-being, to to frame things in a certain way, or for there to be dead civilians. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I seem to remember several years ago was it the white helmets?
Yeah. Oh, remember they made a documentary about how great they were and all that stuff.
Yeah,
it won, I think, an Academy Award.
Yeah. So I'm skeptical of any footage coming out, and I also remember reading a bit about the Iraq War and some of the shit that was going on. Chris Hedges was talking about it, so I'm like, I'm skeptical of wartime, especially this kind of shit. And I just turned off, to be honest. I just went like, I am not believing anything either side says.
Yeah, we'll get through this.
Yeah, like Rodden says, no one tells the whole truth in the fog of war. Yeah,
exactly. I think that's all we're saying here. Russia has tried to portray the fact that the images began to emerge from Bucha only after Ukrainian forces retook the town as suspicious, claiming that it was only on the 4th day. Yeah, but if they weren't there, they couldn't. Whatever. You're not going to take photos of dead bodies in the street either, are you?
No, Ukrainian not if you want to have a soul.
Duh. Like, again, it's this is one of those times where it's like, oh, there's like nuance to politics. But when Ukrainian forces took back full control of the town on April 2nd, they first had to conduct extensive operations to demine the area and make it safe, Gigi Tashvili said. This meant that it was only on April 3rd that most journalists and officials were able to enter the town and record evidence, but not all. The first images of the bodies lying in the streets were taken by journalists from Agence France Presse on Saturday, April 2nd, while a security operation was underway. Satellite footage from Maxar Technologies, published by the New York Times, provides further evidence undermining Russia's argument, with the footage showing bodies lying in the street from March 11th. At that point, Russia was, by its own account, in control of the town. The position of the bodies in the images correlates to the positions of bodies in subsequent photographs and film footage. Russia has claimed that images of the bodies show that rigor mortis, or a stiffening of the muscles after death, had not yet set in, meaning they could not have been killed while its forces were in town. A pathologist who has investigated the war crimes told BBC News that rigor mortis often lessens after 4 days, meaning that the state of the bodies is consistent with them having been killed during the Russian occupation. I wanted to read that whole insider piece because I don't know the answer or the truth here. I don't know. That's why I wanted to read it. I don't really have it.
Like you said, y'all want to see a dead body, a Stephen King book, probably. That's fucked up, but that's probably true, actually.
What I will say, what we can show, however, since we couldn't show that video, is the new video from today of Zelensky, let's be honest, begging for weapons from the West. And we'll get into this in a moment. Do you have the Watch Together app?
Yep.
Okay.
Russia launched a full-scale war against Ukraine on February 24th. Now it's April. Russia counted on capturing Ukraine within 5 days. That was the deadline they established for obliterating our country and destroying our democracy. But they had no...
He sounds like a Western propagandist.
By the way, the weird thing about Zelensky is... okay, sometimes again, I watched Servant of the People. Now, he's on a set. It's a little different. I mean, he's on a set here, too, clearly in front of a green screen, I think.
Right.
His English in Servant of the People is way clearer than this. His English is, I would say, astonishingly, like his accent and everything, astonishingly good in serving other people. But I don't know if that means anything. I just don't like that word democracy anymore because it's pure propaganda whenever it's used. Anyone who uses the word democracy,
you're a fucking loaded oligarch. Who the fuck are you kidding?
Whatever. Anyone who uses that word, I get.
Yes.
Yeah. And is this his real voice? I'm guessing it is. He sounds nothing like the way that he sounds in Servant of the People. I've watched, again, a full season of it. Yeah.
But they had no idea who they were up against. Russia didn't know how much we cherished our freedom.
Did you see that? That video went kind of viral of one guy like stopping a tank. It's like, this tank stopped for you.
I'm sorry, but the idea that you protect your democracy? Who are you fucking kidding? You are like the most corrupt country in all of fucking Europe.
Okay, well, Spoon, you know that because you've been listening to me for 2 months.
No, this guy was doing my own research.
I know. But
We've been defending ourselves against Russia much longer than they invaders planned. We have destroyed more Russian weapons and military equipment than some armies in Europe currently possess.
I wonder how you did that. I wonder with whose weapons you do that.
Oh, well, we're going to talk about
that your own.
We're talking about that in just a second.
Mm-hmm.
But this is not enough. Russia still had the capacity to attack, and not only against Ukraine. Poland, Moldova, Romania, and the Baltic states will become the next targets if the freedom of Ukraine falls.
I don't actually think
that's wild speculation that I do not believe is accurate.
Yeah.
I really do not believe that it's in any way true that because they have again, I wish I could show you guys my video, that because there's a specific issue between Russia and Ukraine, that means that Russia is going to reestablish the Soviet Union and take Romania and Poland and Moldova. I don't think that's accurate. And that might be true to him of Arminius. He might be playing up his accent for sympathy because his English usually his English is very good. His English is very good. He's deepening. I'll tell you one thing for sure. He's deepening his voice. Remember, everybody. Zelensky is a trained actor. Okay.
The images of Bucha.
But the images from Bucha and Mariupol is. He does that. He does that. But I will agree. The images from Bucha and Mariupol are devastating. They're terrible.
Bucha and Mariupol have demonstrated real Russians' intentions to the whole world. It could only be stopped by force of arms. It must be done now.
Yeah.
Ukraine needs weapons. We need heavy artillery.
We'll talk later.
Armed vehicles, air defense systems, and combat aircraft. Anything to repel Russian forces and stop their war crimes.
So that we can do war crimes of our own.
Well, okay. All right. So again, we've talked about this so many times over the past month. But the reality is there's a reason why NATO won't let Ukraine in. Okay? Even now, they're like, we're going to let in. Yeah, we're going to let in Finland. We're going to let in Sweden. But we're not willing to put in Ukraine. Why are we not going to put in Ukraine? Because, well, I'll tell you the real reason. Because they know that it will mean war with Russia. And they don't really want that. Because they're already being like, did you mute yourself, by the way? Oh. God damn it. Anyway, so you're just doing that for my benefit. Thank you. Dip. Don't say gamer words, even though I started it. You... like... Okay, so I seem like a crazy person then when you mute yourself and I just talk to myself
it's fun.
I'm like, I despise you. Anyway.
No, you don't.
No,
that
no,
is a
but
lie.
I do just a little bit.
No one dislikes the spoon.
Just a little bit. And that made me lose my train of thought, you ding-dong fug. Completely. He's muting himself so he can say gamer words at me and then make me get confused. Fuck. Okay. Stop it. Okay, so my point is, he's asking for weapons, obviously. I can understand why, but there's a lot of reasons why Ukraine was not invited to NATO. Part of it was corruption. Part of it was because NATO knew. They were told for 30 years, don't do this. Don't do it. It will provoke the Russians. And now that, I mean, this was foretold for more than 30 years.
Yeah, George Kennan said that, and he's the one that designed the fucking containment policy of American foreign policy of like 40 years, for God's sakes.
Again, it's in my video.
Yeah, he's the one who just said, why are you doing this? Russia is going to respond aggressively. Yeah. They weren't harming anyone. No one was harming anyone. Russia is going to respond aggressively. And when they do, these idiots are going to say, well, this is how Russia was always going to behave. But that is not true.
Your reading of it has probably colored my interpretation of Kennan's words. But like, why do you want to do this? But why do you want to do this? To me, it reads through the text as well. Why do you want to do this? Why?
Oh, because
it seems like an earnest question. Why are you doing this?
Oh, because the military-industrial complex sees money in those countries. They want to gobble up the former Soviet states, get influence in the region, and then they get paid. It's all about money. Yeah. They don't give a fuck. These people, it's expanding the American empire, but it's to weaken them. It's to say, hey, look, you can suck our dick for the next eternity, but we'll give you weaponry. That's it. That's all it is. America does not give a fuck about any nation except itself. It's a self-serving cancer on the world. Fuck the United States. I said it. I don't give a shit.
Well, Ukraine is a strategically important country for the United States.
Yeah, to overthrow Russia.
Because it's next to Russia, because of its natural resources, it is strategic to be part of the NATO sphere. Now, for the exact same reason, it's a strategic part for NATO to be, or excuse me, for Ukraine to be part of the non-exit anymore, but sort of Warsaw Pact sphere, right? Of Russia's area of influence. So that's that.
I want to play the Soviet anthem just to troll people.
Yeah, well,
and it's not copyright strike because it's a Soviet anthem.
I know, but we can get into the stuff with Chechnya and Georgia and Yugoslavia. The whole thing here is a freaking mess. All of this is a bunch of messes, and it's very hard to detangle. But let's finish Zelensky's statement here.
155
right, he's going to lay out exactly what he wants the West to give him.
Artillery shells 152 millimeters, as many as possible. Multiple launch rocket systems, Grad, Smersh, Tornado, or M142 HIMARS. Armored vehicles, APC, infantry, fighting.
What's going to happen if the world doesn't?
I don't know. I don't know what's going on right. It's impossible. Again, fog of war is too intense. The claim from the West is that that Russia is losing miserably, but yet we have this video from Zelensky begging the West and giving them his Amazon wish list.
Amazon wish list, that's pretty good.
Vehicles, others, tanks. T-72 or similar tanks from the USA or Germany, air defense systems, S-300, Buk or Western equivalents, military...
If you are beating Russia, why in the name of God do you require this much fucking weaponry?
Okay, I want to be clear, guys. This video came out today, okay? If you've been paying attention to this conflict for the last couple of weeks, all of the media has been reporting that Ukraine is winning, right?
You know the Taliban is sitting there thinking like, man, we have all of the shit that they're talking about.
Yeah. Ukraine bought Kolchuga radar systems from the Taliban back in, or was it Saudi Arabia? Where were they buy it from? One of those Middle Eastern countries.
I think Rotten makes a good point there. He says Zelensky is peed off that he was refused entry into the big boys club NATO and decided to force the matter with these people's lives personally. Yeah, that actually strikes me as true. Agreed.
But it's also bizarre that they've got all these animated models and stuff.
Yeah, the rotation is
must have to deblock our cities and save millions of Ukrainians as well as millions of Europeans. Freedom must be armed better than tyranny.
God, the fucking cringe.
Western countries have everything to make it happen. The final victory over the tyranny and the number of people saved depends on them. Arm Ukraine now to defend freedom.
Real quick, before we get off of this, I want to show you something. For one, because it's relevant and kind of funny, but also because I want to hear Zelensky speak as an actor, right? I'm going to play this video. This is 2015 from Servant of the People. I think it's from like his 3rd or 4th season. Something like that. No, maybe 2nd season.
Mr. Koloborochka, can I connect you with Angela Merkel?
Oh, wait. No, this is in English. Hang on. I'm going to fix it. Can I have this in... What? He might have done the dub for this, though. I think maybe he did do the dub for this.
Yes, you can connect.
Yeah,
Hello.
he did the dub.
My congratulations. We decided to take your country to the European Union.
Oh, fuck! Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, wow! Oh, I'm so happy. Yes. Thank you very much. All the Ukrainians and all of our country. We've been waiting for this so much time.
Ukrainians?
Yes, Ukrainians.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That's a mistake. I was calling to Montenegro.
Oh no.
Montenegro. I see. Okay. Yeah, my congratulations. Yes, to Montenegro. Bye-bye. Fuck! You fucking Montenegro.
But remember, this is from a sitcom that airs in 2015. He becomes president in 2019. I want to pull that up to give you guys a copyrighted audio. Oh, is it because of that video? I guarantee it's because I played that. God damn it. Stream may temporarily blocked. Great. You still there? Stream's still here? Alright. We may have gotten copyright struck, though, for that clip. A minute! In a long-ass stream. I will fight that, because that's ridiculous. So, yeah, I do think that I want to show that because it's funny, and you can hear what he normally sounds like when he's talking. No, in English, I'd say. What he normally sounds like in, No, I think the accent's similar. I just feel like it's more heavy in that video. I don't know.
Yes,
I will
because he talks with very, very heavy emphasis in his pronunciation. That actually sounds like V.
a little bit, but lower pitch.
Yes, because V's pronunciation or his of certain syllables is very, very heavy, especially lately. I don't know why. Not that I'm complaining, because I quite like when V goes like heavy with the accent. It's very funny.
Yeah, I think it's funny too. I have to use the restroom real quick, but I wanted to bring this up because,
which is,
although Zelensky there was asking for Western weapons, we've already given them to him. Would you mind covering this real quick while I go use the restroom?
Yeah, fine. Fuck off. Why don't you show my email on stream, you bunch of bastards? How dare you? Fucking try to inadvertently dox me, you shithead. Not that it's actually part of that email anyway. First Russian drone destroyed by a new British Mars missile in Ukraine. Photos and videos of Ukrainian soldiers using a British-made Marlet manned portable air defense system. Man pads. Oh god, that sounds like some trans shit. To destroy a Russian drone has been posted on social media. The video posted on numerous social media sites, channels affiliated with the Ukrainian military. There's numerous social media websites associated with the Ukrainian military? Alright then. A soldier is shown firing a missile, followed by cheering of his comrades. Ah, why that word? All the words you can fucking use. You use comrades. I
came back to a sigh. What happened?
Cheering of his comrades.
Oh, I know.
Like, why that fucking word? You could use any other word, and you choose to use that fucking one. You're fighting against Russians, you... you...
Tavarish is a better.
Fags. According to the video description, a soldier belonging to the 95th Air Assault Brigade, the weapon system, has been incorrectly identified as the Starstreak. However, numerous open-source intelligence sources pointed out that it was a Marlet missile, which uses the same launch tube as the Starstreak. And I probably can't fucking play it because war is evil and whatever. This is a greeting from Ukrainian paratroopers to Boris Johnson. Thank you, Britain. The support of our allies is being used effectively. Send more of it.
Great. And then...
for our freedom and yours. How is it for our freedom exactly?
I don't know.
As Christian says, yes, we just want to blow the people out of the fucking sky. They make it sound like if Russia takes over Ukraine, which they will, they're suddenly just going to start conquering the whole of fucking Europe.
Well, that's the fear-mongering, right? That's the
but I just don't see that that's happening. I think that is a very American worldview. Oh, if we don't kill the Ruskies now, they're going to reestablish the Soviet Union. No, they fucking aren't.
Yeah, our turns. I know Comrade is Tovarish. That's why I said it.
Yeah, the common sense is tingling. If I hear someone say comrades, instantly my head just goes, nope, I hear a hammer and sickle clinging. Like, no. Fuck off. It's a lot of gayness. Marlet's appearance shows that the variety of weapons being sent by European countries to Ukraine is bigger than initially reported. In mid-March of 2022, the United Kingdom Defense Secretary Ben Wallace announced that the UK will supply Ukraine with Starstreak man-pads. I cannot take that word seriously. With the first systems reportedly reaching...
Is it called man-pads? I missed that part.
Yeah. With the first systems reportedly reaching Ukraine.
Well, hang on. We're talking about a diverse new military in the United States, at least.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It sounds like some... What?
Huh? What are you doing?
I want to say a certain word. I used the one in the
video.
Don't
say no.
What do you mean no? Don't you tell me no.
Sorry. Sorry,
Mrs.
sir.
I said the F word at the beginning of the fucking stream.
I can't talk shit anymore.
Afterwards, okay, this is gonna sound really rude, but I don't give a shit about your opinion on this. Like, I just don't.
My opinion on what?
No, not yours. Fucking chat's. Like, take your opinion and fuck off. Like, I don't care.
Don't argue with chat.
No, it's just that one person. Like, I don't fucking care. Like, you are not worth fighting for. I'm sorry. Like, that's just it. You are not worth my time.
Our turrets is a good boy.
Yeah, but I don't care. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can antagonize the shit out of me. Just fuck off. I don't care.
Then don't pay attention.
Yeah, but he's constantly like antagonizing me. So I'm just saying, like, dude, shut the fuck up. I don't give a fuck what you have to say. That's it.
Now he knows. And now he knows it gets to you.
No, that's just it. Like, that's just all I'm gonna say about that. You can fuck off. Very simple. Fucking hell. Yeah. No, I don't have time for people
no,
that
I'm saying our
lesser.
turrets is based.
What, for trying to antagonize me? Oh, for fuck's sake.
I always try to antagonize you.
God, why am I friends with you? The Marlet has been adopting into service by the UK military in 2021. It has a dual targeting system utilizing both laser guidance and infrared homing and has an operational range of 8 kilometers, which is 5 miles. Oh, that's such an English thing to do. Yes, please use the Imperial system. Fuck off.
To be fair, I can't understand kilometers.
How can you not understand kilometers?
Because I grew up on the American system. It's America. That's how we do things.
Yes, but
dude, I've lived here for almost 2.5 years. For 2.5 years, I've lived here. I still can't figure out the freaking military time stuff. I have to have all my clocks set still on the American system because it's like I'm like 1800. I don't know what time that is.
Listen here,
I gotta count 12 plus 5.
It's milli, centi, kilo. There's 10, 100, 1,000. Like, dude, it's just adding a zero. You Americans should be aware of like making things bigger. It's kind of what you're known for. No, it's not.
Give me an analysis of variance or log linear regression. I'll do that. I can't figure out this.
100,000. Like, you cannot make the metric system any easier if you fucking tried.
But if you grow up understanding how things are measured, and then you have to try to translate them, and they don't translate properly at all.
Bitch,
so
it
it's
is
like
10, 100,
but
and 1,000.
I'm telling you, if I'm trying to cook, and it's like, you need like 100 milliliters of this or whatever, or 10 milliliters of this. I'm like, I don't know what the hell that is. What is it in cups? You know? I'm just
250.
saying. How? How do you know that?
Because I'm not a moron. And I bake.
I bake too.
Yes. Well, you
So
bake
bake
drugs.
off.
I bake pie.
I don't actually bake a lot of sweets. I mostly make bread. I love breads. But you have a
250
bake-off.
mil is a cup. 125 is half.
Oh, I can't do that shit in my head. Revealing myself as the dyscalculiac that I am.
Yes, and this is just shit that I know because I'm weird, and also because I have to bake American recipes, so occasionally I have to convert them, and
But that's what I mean.
This is how we also know.
I hate having it converted. Like I'll like,
yes, but
find a
I've done
recipe
it so
I wanna use.
much that I know it off the top of my head now.
I'm shocked that I do it all the time, and I never learned it. Oh well.
I don't know, maybe it's because I'm a guy. You retain other information in your head that I can't fucking fathom, since I do measurements. But yes, 10 millimeters equals 1 centimeter. 100 centimeters equals meter. 1,000 meter, kilometer.
All right.
Very simple.
Continue. I get it. It's just not simple for me.
Someone said I bake. Yes. How much is a tablespoon in milliliters? 12.5. And a teaspoon
What
is
the
5.
fuck? You really do know this shit. Holy fuck.
I bake. Of course I know this shit.
God damn.
Yeah.
I don't know. But you...
Three spoon
okay,
is not
wait,
a
wait,
tablespoon.
wait, wait, wait.
3 teaspoons is 15 milliliters.
Wait. What system of measurement do you use in South Africa?
Metric.
Really? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, and then when you came here, or excuse me,
it's a bit less
UK,
than
you had to figure out more of the imperialist system because
no, Ireland uses metric.
But you know the translation to imperial.
Yes.
So I'm guessing you learned that when you came to the UK when you were a kid. Yeah.
What the imperial thing or?
Yeah, the imperial system.
No, because the recipes that I was using was American, and so the American still uses the imperial, so they use a still cup for the most part. So I know by measurements.
Well, I was wondering if the reason why it was a little bit easier for you to grasp it is because you were 11 when you moved to the UK, right?
Yes.
So, well, whatever to
Thailand,
the islands, right? So,
someone said you would expect the spoon to know the measurings. Yeah.
right. I guess what am I saying? Of course, the spoon knows how to measure things.
Someone is asking me. I'm like 5 seconds away from someone saying, "Spoon, make a cooking channel." Your name's Spoon anyway.
Okay, hang on. I will ask the chat this. I have challenged Spoon to a spicy contest.
This is not memes, by the way. She means literally food.
Yeah, yes, not memes. Both Spoon and I enjoy very, very spicy foods. Apparently, which I didn't know.
Yeah. The autistic drinker thinks that she can challenge the South African with a name for a fucking kitchen utensil. She's gonna beat me in spicy foods. It's like,
yeah, I guarantee
you're out of your league here, honey.
You sounded a little bit apprehensive when I was like, "Here's some things you can buy. Let's both try them."
No, I don't know where I can get them. If you can ship them to me, I'll freaking make a video me eating it.
I would love to watch that.
I'll eat it live on
stream. On stream. Let's do the what is it? What's that really spicy tortilla chip?
No, that thing. No, I'm not fucking eating that thing.
Then I have a whole big pack of bulldog noodles.
You could send me that.
Yeah, the bulldog noodles. I eat those for fun though, so it wouldn't be a challenge for me.
Okay.
Like I eat those all the time because I just like them.
But I want to see. I thought you wanted to see if I can handle it.
I do want to see if you can handle them.
I've been fucking eating habaneros and fucking jalapenos.
Okay.
I will say I don't know these little ones that because I went to the Indian place and I said, "What is the hardest chili that you have?" And she said those little ones, and so I ate the little ones, and they weren't as hard as before, and so this time I cut them and I didn't throw the seeds away. I threw the seeds on the pizza, and evidently that was the kicker because fucking hell, that was hard. That was a challenge, and I usually make curry, and I haven't made the curry in like 6 months. And when I ate the curry yesterday, because I made it, it was the shit. So my taste buds were like, okay, this is nowhere near as kicky as it once was.
But you also have a cold or coof, so it's going to dull your senses. I say we do.
No, my taste buds are fine.
Okay, you and I both do the 3X Samyang buldak noodles. I've had them many times, but I want to see if you can take them.
The hot Doritos. I've had the hot Doritos. The hot Doritos
they
are
don't
fine.
do anything.
Yeah, they're fine. The seed is where the heat is. Yeah, it is.
If you type in if you guys want to know, like you type in like Samyang buldak into YouTube, you're gonna find a bunch of horrifying mukbang videos.
Yeah.
Of people eating a disgusting amount of noodles.
I don't know what the pepper was. If I go to the store again, I'll see if I can find a name with it because it's probably written on the box. But it was
Piri Piri.
No, it wasn't peri peri. It was much smaller. It was like the size of my pinky lengthwise, but they were quite thin, thin little chilies. But they pack a fucking wallop. They're thinner than a pencil, and about the length of my pinky.
I have no idea.
Yes, but very.
It's Serrano?
I don't know. Send me a picture and I'll tell you.
Yeah.
That could be.
That sounds like a Serrano.
But
Serranos are not spicy, in my opinion.
No. These definitely kick. They kick more than a habanero, and they kick definitely more than a jalapeno. These are fucking whooping my ass.
Yeah. Is it that little one in the end?
No.
No? They can be red, by the way.
They're a bit smaller than that, thinner.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they look similar to that.
Might be a shishito. Shishito. I had some delicious shishito peppers when I was in Birmingham, grilled with some. They're not spicy at all, though, in my opinion.
Banana, yeah. I don't know. I've showed you a picture of them before.
Yeah, you did. I thought those were Serranos.
Yeah.
I think we've gone off the rails.
You know what you know what I find funny is when we talk shit about food. If we talk shit about food and spicy crap, we get more people. I don't know why it's very popular to talk about food.
I highly doubt it was a ghost pepper.
No, if it was a ghost pepper, I would be dead.
Oh, I've eaten ghost peppers.
I'd be really.
Yeah.
Aren't ghost peppers like insanely fucking hot?
Yeah. I'm a crazy person.
Clearly.
Look, I like spice. I like the endorphin release that I get from hot spice. So yeah, I've had just raw ghost peppers. I wouldn't say it's pleasurable. I mean, the after effect when you're like, is fine, but
because that look, I showed her a video of Robert Oberst and Brian Shaw eating that
was it a cayenne chip? Maybe?
No.
the Pocky, it's what it's called. PAQI. PAQUI, excuse me. That's what I was thinking. The Pocky PAQUI one chip challenge. We could try that.
Carolina Reapers. I'm familiar with that.
Yeah.
That's kicking my ass. The jalapeno. I'll be honest. I don't think the habanero is that fucking much warmer than the jalapeno.
No, I think
that's why I'm
was it a bird's eye you had? Maybe.
Might be. I don't fucking know. If I go to the shop again, because I will, because I'm out of peppers.
I think maybe it was a bird's eye.
Yeah.
Oh right.
I have to take pictures, don't I?
Forgot that was a fucking thing. They're Thai chilies. This might be it. Can I find a decent picture of them?
What the hell? Why is this thing fucking uploading?
All these images suck. Anyway, we should get back to the fucking plot.
They don't look too dissimilar from that, but a bit smaller.
I think they're probably bird's eyes because those are a little bit long. Yeah, yes. I think they're probably bird's eyes.
Yeah, they're a bit lengthy, but smaller than that, and they're all green.
Yeah. Bird's eyes then.
But yeah, apparently people like it when we talk about food.
What's the Scoville on a bird's eye?
If anyone wants to send me chilies,
then
by all means go fucking nuts.
That's 50 to 100,000. That ain't shit. That's lower than a Scotch bonnet.
Yes, but again, if people want to send me spicy chili, then by all means go ahead. I don't know. I quite like this the spicy stuff.
Oh, If people don't know this about me, I love very hot spices. I adore very, very spicy things.
Yes. What was the name of the thing that there was a packet of ramen that you showed me?
That's what I was telling you about. That's
Yes.
the Samyang Bulldog. That's what we should try, because I don't have any issue with that, but some people like act like it's the most insane thing I've ever eaten. So
Okay.
I don't find it that spicy.
What was the name of it again?
Samyang Bulldog. I'll send it to you.
There's no way in hell I can spell that.
It's Korean. It's spelled like how it sounds. Samyang Bulldog. And then get the 3x. That's what I have.
I was about to link it in the main chat.
I sent you a UK site that ships all over the UK, which I would imagine includes Ireland. Which I would imagine includes Ireland. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Well, you're gonna have all the peated scotch you want. Ramuel Grey Wolf, you're very close. That's how it's spelled. Samyang Bulldog, but with a K, not a C. Yep. Peated scotch is gross. Don't listen to this man. Peated scotch is gross. Do not listen to this man. He is lying. It tastes like farts and rubber tires. Delicious melted tire flavor. Ooh, I love it. It tastes like burning tires. No, the way you know when people say things, that's because you can smell a burning tire, and the smell and taste centers are connected. You haven't smelled a necklacine? Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Again, our charts, how do I know what farts taste like? Because I know what farts smell like. The taste and smell systems are related. What are you doing? What are you talking about? Oh. I know. Yes, I know you like this.
Yes. What's on the stream is Ardbeg Oogie. Well, that's what we call it. That is a very generous pour, though. That will get you drunk. Like, the pour in that picture will
No
get
shit.
you really, really drunk. That's a 54% whiskey.
No shit. They'll get you drunk.
54, I think 54.3 or 54.1. I think 54.3. One of the two. But
All
yes,
right.
that is full of bacon and treacle and smokiness. The smoke is not actually that aggressive. The smoke is actually quite nice. I'm not muted now. Don't worry.
All right. I want to move on.
But no.
Back in news.
No.
News. No.
Whiskey.
God damn it. Now look what you've done, chat. I blame you, not me, even though I'm totally responsible for this. You muted yourself
No,
while you were
I'm not.
talking. You were
No, I'm
muted
not
before.
muted now. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I was coughing, that's why.
Oh, okay.
Ask.
He was coughing, I guess.
What is it? 54?
Allegedly.
Hold on.
Okay, it's getting distracted by this.
54.2.
I have an article for
Bacon
you.
trickle bonfire. Look, that's a giant bottle of Ardbeg. That's good stuff. Ardbeg, if you want to sponsor the stream, I'd be totally okay with that, because I will happily promote your whiskey, because Ardbeg is a whiskey that got me into smoky whiskey.
No. I actually tried to work out a deal with an alcohol company one time.
Oh, also, no, George, I don't mean molasses. I mean every single fucking time.
Remember, you said you were wanting to run it on your side. I can take the keys back.
Stupid fucking thing.
God damn.
No, that's the wrong one. No.
That's
the wrong fucking one. Stupid damn thing.
So remember how everyone was getting like Aiden Boomer. I am a boomer, but I can no longer be blamed for this.
See, this is fix your fucking
it's not Spoon's internet. It's not Spoon's internet. It's I saw your Tetris tab.
Yeah, I know. Good.
It's like I saw your porn tab, but it was just Tetris.
I don't mind. You can see the Tetris tab.
I know.
I'll fucking flick the Tetris tab all damn day. Because there was a certain young lady who was flexing on me because she beat my score, and I and I just went to and I went I'm not going to be beaten by a girl, so I'm going to fucking trounce you. And so I kicked the shit out of her score, and I didn't even notice the score up until it was done, and it was like 60,000 more. I went, holy crap! I didn't even know I did this. And then I sent it to her, and I was like, "Fuck you."
It was probably fucking sploosh, by the way. Oh, dang it!
For certain reasons, I'm not going to say anything about that. And
I think that's a yes, but
no, because of you know what reasons why. I'm not going to say.
Oh,
them.
right.
Yeah. So
okay.
Yeah, but just for that reason, I just went like, "Fuck you! I'm going to go to bed now with a smug smile on my face," because I actually stayed up just to beat her. Because she just went like, because she just messaged me and she went like, look, I went, fuck you, I will not be beaten by a girl. This is a threat to my manhood. And then I just fucking went like ham happy, like, I'm gonna stay awake. I only took 2 tries, I think, till I beat that score. And then I just went,
takes Tetris very seriously.
Listen, if you're a female and you're gonna try and troll me by thinking you're better than me at Tetris, then I'm going to fucking kick your ass. Like it's just.
I never tried to be better than you at Tetris. At least I was always like, "Oh shit, that's cool. I'll try to be less shit."
Yes, but this particular young lady just was trying to flex on me. She's like, "Oh look, I play Tetris and I'm very good." I'm like, "Are you really? Let's see what you got, pork chop." And then she that sore score like, "Oh okay, yeah, she actually is pretty good, but I'm still better." And then she just posted that score and went, no, I am to remain above you. It's like, no. And then I posted like 560,000, like, fuck you. I am a man, and this is my realm. Don't fucking fuck with me.
All right, speaking of man's realm, I have another... We have gone on a very long tangent about spices, and then Spoon's OBS crashed. It's been a real fucking weird time. But what we were talking about before is that Zelensky was asking for weapons, right? There's been a big sort of narrative, though, that Ukraine is winning. I have an Atlantic article here from April 8th about how Ukraine is winning. I don't really want to go through this article because it's really, really... It's not that long, but it's somewhat long, and it's this continued messaging from the West that even while Ukraine is being like, please give us weapons, please help us, there's been this weird Western narrative that Ukraine is winning. The Atlantic says why Ukraine is winning. Ukraine's success illuminates a strategy that has allowed a smaller state to so far outlast a larger and much more powerful foe. Yeah, by having things like British military technology. I don't really want to even read into it because it doesn't... This kind of article doesn't really matter. I wanted to bring this up. What is what work? Oh, I shouldn't bring it up. I'll just read through it, or I'll talk about it for a minute. Spoon's having issues with OBS. I'm not trying to piss you off. I'm letting people know what's going on. Just to say what's going on here, though.
Back off Atlantic.
Battles reveal more than they decide. Battles in which the outcome is truly up for grabs are rare, and battles that prove decisive in achieving a political goal are rarer still. Instead, battles demonstrate how effectively combatants plan. Like, again, I don't really care about this article, but it's just... The only reason I brought it up is because it's one of many, many articles that have come out over the last couple of months and weeks that have been like, Ukraine is winning, Ukraine is winning, Ukraine is winning. And I think that's actually not good or healthy for the Ukrainian people to have this narrative being shared by the West. Really, when you have Zelensky come out and say, whoa, no, we need weapons, and the UK gives them weapons.
Yeah.
It is begging for an Article 5 activation, right? It is.
Yeah.
I don't like it. I don't want a nuclear freaking war.
I think anyone does.
Well, somebody probably does. I'm going to go through some of these, because most of these are just headlines of things that I think we should cover just as headlines more than anything. Speaking of which, it looks like Finland and Sweden are maybe going to try to, either going to try to or are going to join NATO. So, in response to all of these things that have happened in the last couple weeks. Ukraine wants to win harder. What's wrong with that? It doesn't look consistent. That's the issue.
It's not going to win.
It doesn't look. I'm just saying the messaging does not look consistent.
Mother Russia.
But
I have to troll because it's a sad affair. So
I know you're just trolling. I'm trolling as well. But it looks like the Finnish and Swedish prime ministers gave a joint press conference in Stockholm as the war in Ukraine has prompted both countries to reevaluate traditional positions of neutrality that lasted throughout the Cold War. Finland's Prime Minister Sanna Marin and Swedish Prime Minister Magdalena Andersson met in Stockholm on Wednesday to discuss regional security matters in the aftermath of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. This was in, what day was this exactly? Oh, DW, could you please give me the freaking date? Oh, right, here it is. This was on 13th. No, today. This was today. I figured it was today, but I want to make sure. So we'll see what's going on with that as that goes forward. It looks like it's very possible that Sweden and Finland may join NATO. But at the same time, I need you to keep this up because I'm going to keep sending you articles. I'm going to go through this stuff. We have things to go through. Rumble is being sent emails that are threatening them about allowing RT.
Oh, I heard that, and Rumble told them to fuck off.
Yeah. So here's an interesting thing.
Well done, Rumble.
Again, the West, a lot of the West, the IPs banned Russia Today and Sputnik, right?
Thank you, VPNs.
Right, which was very frustrating when I was doing. It was very frustrating when I was trying to do my research on Ukraine to have RT and Sputnik removed, because it's not like I was using them as direct sources, but I wanted to see what the Russians were saying about certain issues, and I was having a problem because I couldn't get into them. So here is what Rumble, the video hosting service, was an email from Globe and Mail. Hi, Chris. It's Joe Castaldo from the Globe and Mail. I'm working on an article about RT's account on Rumble and some other content about Russia/Ukraine on Rumble. I'm hoping you can comment on the following. Governments and other observers have branded RT, a Russian state-owned news network, as Russian propaganda outlet. Since the war in Ukraine began, social media sites such as YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and Spotify have sought to block or limit content from RT. As a result, RT has directed people to its Rumble account. Its number of subscribers has increased fourfold since March. Has Rumble taken any steps to limit, block, restrict content from RT on its platform, similar to YouTube, Facebook, etc.? If not, can you elaborate on why? YouTube also announced a policy to prohibit content, quote, denying, minimalizing, or trivializing well-documented violent events in connection to Russia's war in Ukraine. Some prominent creators on Rumble, such as Stu Peters and Alex Jones, have produced videos mirroring Russian government propaganda with respect to Ukraine. This includes videos claiming attacks on Ukrainian towns/cities could be false flags, downplaying civilian casualties in Ukraine, and that Russians are fighting Nazis in Ukraine. But that part... I want to scream. Okay, first two things. Don't downplay it. That's not cool. Don't downplay the cities being attacked. Don't downplay the citizen casualties. The false flag stuff, we discussed it, and I think I don't think we said it was a false flag at all. We said, like, there's some stuff here that looks weird, but we don't know who's manipulating this. But Russians are fighting Nazis in Ukraine. That's true. Does Rumble have any plan to enact policies similar to YouTube to deal with such content? I'll need a reply by tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. She sends this at 4:10 p.m. So she wants a reply within 24 hours. In order to meet my deadline, happy to chat in the meantime. Thanks, Joe. It's a threat, of course it is. They respond, "Hi, Chris. I have a bit more time. He comes back. I have a bit more time with the article, and I want to follow up to see if Rumble has any comment about RT's account and content. I also spoke to a couple of sources who are critical of Rumble's allowing of RT on its platform. The CEO of the Center for Countering Digital Hate, a UK nonprofit, said that Rumble is doing, quote, Putin a big favor by hooking its users up to a steady drip feed of Kremlin lies and propaganda. I know. Ahmed Al-Rawi, an assistant professor at Simon Fraser University who studies disinformation. What the fuck? Look, excuse me. I have had my field of research called stupid and fake a lot of times. But in the last couple of years, since I started getting into news, like looking at news and stuff, it's like, oh wow, my degree is way more real, and field of study is way more real than any of these motherfuckers. I studdle. I'm so blown out about this. How dumb these emails are. My primary area of study was digital communication, and specifically focusing on digital worlds. So video games, VR, that kind of stuff. That's what I primarily studied. My secondary area of research was intergroup communication. So I was combining these two areas. That's what my research was about. Then I come over here and see somebody studying disinfo. Yeah, you make me sound way more like a real academic. And that's saying something. Anyway, the guy who studies disinfo said that Rumble will not moderate content because then it would not be profitable. He said Rumble's business model relies on, quote, fringe groups who disseminate conspiracy theories and disinformation under the pretext of freedom of expression. Well, I guarantee Rumble did not say that to him, because again, they didn't get into contact with Rumble. So this guy's just making crap up. Yes. Again, I'm hoping you can comment. I'm aware Rumble posted a statement on its Twitter feed in early March when RT started live streaming on the site, and I'm wondering if you have more to add since then. Please let me know. I'll need a response by 4 p.m. tomorrow if that's the case. Sent at, okay, the first email is sent on April 11th at 4:20 p.m. The second email is sent on April 12th. By the way, he said he needed the response within 24 hours. I don't, because he's going to go live with his deadline, but then the next day says, oh, I don't need to meet that deadline, because he said he needed a 4:30 p.m. the next day, April 12th. He needed to meet that deadline. But then on April 12th, he said at 5:17 p.m., he says, never mind. I have one more day, 4 p.m. to get your response. So here's Rumble's response. There is a reason the public has radically turned against both the corporate media, such as your outlet, and big tech. I know. Because you have arrogantly claimed for yourselves the power to decide for the public what information they can and cannot be trusted to hear, and what views they can and cannot express. By stark contrast, the reason Rumble is growing so rapidly is because we trust adults to make decisions for themselves about what ideas they can express, and we trust them to make up their own minds after hearing all sides. Get fucked. Get absolutely stuffed.
Hats off to Rumble. That's some paid shit right there.
Yeah, hats off. They came at you. They were trying to absolutely terrorize Rumble. We're gonna write a hit piece about you. We're gonna do
Yeah.
And they didn't get back to them immediately. So I'll give you another day.
We're gonna write a hit piece on you. What do you have to say? That you suck and fuck you, and that's basically it. I like when they just said that our business model relies on our consumers not to be complete fucking retards, and they seem to be doing very well, and you are not. So, It's very childish, but it is also very funny.
It is. So, we're getting a little late. I mean, I can go however long, but my voice is starting to die a little bit, and I know you're sick. So, I have 2 topics left.
Is whiskey one of them?
No.
Why? Can it be?
They're about the same length. One of them is called COVID is Still a Thing, and the other one is called OK Groomer. And I really want to go over the OK Groomer one because I put it in the title. So I want to talk about. I think I'm just gonna make the
groomers don't like
executive decision. I'm gonna make the executive decision that we talk about the groomer stuff because it's so ridiculous and it makes me so angry.
Okay. And that's what you clearly need right now.
I'm angry, yeah, about this.
Yes.
So, as we know, maybe if we can go over this quick, we can also cover some of the other stuff. But last week there was a narrative that Tennessee Republicans want to ban same-sex marriage but allow child marriage. I don't know if you guys heard this, but there were a bunch of articles like this one from them.us. From, do you have this up, Spoon?
I do.
Do you see what James Factora looks like?
Let me see.
Look at the author.
That is a big old bitch.
Named James.
That is a man.
I don't know what that is. I don't know who this person is.
That is a man. But, that is a man, and I don't give a fuck. There are men and women, and there is no such thing as trans people. That is a fucking man or woman with mutilated genitals.
I think that might be a fat woman who is a trans man. I don't know.
That is a man.
Hang on. Let's
look.
That
is a fucking dude.
Who's James Factora? Ooh. Oh, they're a they.
Or is that because they're so fucking fat? There are multiple people.
I don't know. Yeah, it's multiple people. Yeah. James Factora is an LA-born, New York-based musician and writer. Their work has also appeared in Teen Vogue, Slate, Refinery 29. So, my point is, there were I don't want to read this article because who cares? It's all factually incorrect. But Tennessee just introduced a bill that would establish a new type of marriage, one that would be unavailable to same-sex couples, but would not have any minimum age requirements. HB 0233 was introduced by Tom Leatherwood, Republican Arlington, in February, and has slowly made its way through the legislature. Yeah, the legislature. The bill would enshrine the concept of common law marriage into law, which is a legally recognized marriage that is automatically granted to couples that meet certain cohabitation requirements. In this case, the bill seeks to define common law marriage as a union between one man and one woman. It would also task Tennessee's Attorney General with legally defending any action against state officials who are sued for the issuance for failure to issue a marriage license on constitutional grounds. In other words, if a county clerk decided against granting a same-sex couple a marriage license or decided in favor of granting a minor marriage license, that clerk would have the state of Tennessee on their side if someone were to bring the suit against them. Except here's the thing, that's all bullshit. But what I want us to do is watch something that will irritate both of us very deeply.
Is it a TYT clip by any chance?
Yep.
Oh, God.
Get the watch together up.
Is it?
It's what you think it is.
Is it fucking Anna?
It sure is Anna Kasparian.
Oh, God, why do you hate me?
I don't hate you. I hate myself.
So why do you make me watch that fucking demented bitch?
Because I want all of us to see how crazy. Here's the thing. You have to see how insane the people that we're up against are. Because they're truly, truly nuttier than squirrel shit. And here we have it.
Okay.
You got the watch together ready?
No, because the fucking OBS crashed. Oh my God,
she's so loud. Holy, she's so loud. They got like a multi-million-dollar media network and they can't get her a proper mic. Holy shit. Sorry.
Republican law.
Jesus fucking Christ, bitch. God,
you see what I mean? Like she's like either she's screaming in the mic or they have really bad quality microphones. Because holy crap, dude.
Can I turn this down? God damn, jeez.
Yeah, turn it down. Crap,
fucking
dude.
hell.
I don't know why it's so loud.
And why are you so close to the fucking camera?
Lawmakers also weird, right? In Tennessee are proposing legislation that's meant to be hateful toward gay people. They want to establish common law marriage as being between one man
and by the way, marriage should be between man and a woman, and I don't give a fuck anyone says this. Gays should not get married. End of story.
What they wanted to basically establish, what they basically wanted to do is to have a version of marriage that is only available to straight people. Be like, if you want, so gay people can still get married or whatever. Of course.
No, you shouldn't get married. You shouldn't be able to get married. Fuck you.
I know. But this is such a... The thing is, this is so minor of a tiny little bill to be like, if you want to have your marriage seen as different from that between gay people,
you are not equal to men and women, gay people.
But that's all it is, that to say it's different from a marriage between gay people, which I think is actually fine. I don't see any problem with it. To say, like, look, you know, you have this kind of civil union and you have a marriage. I would say that's how it should have worked, is that gay people can have civil unions so that they can share responsibilities, they can share financial duties.
Marriage, and then you have is male and female.
And marriage is male and female. Well, they've already gotten rid of marriage. So Tennessee said, well, we want to come in and give straight people basically a thing that's their own, right? Gay people and trans people have taken everything, and they really have. And so we want to give straight people a thing that's their own. And look at the outrage, and it's going to get real funny here real quick.
And one woman. But what's interesting about their proposal is that it does away with any age requirements associated with marriage. Just a few years ago, we covered a story about all these red states.
So here's the astonishing thing with this. I'm gonna. Should I blow my load preemptively and explain what's wrong here, or should I let Anna talk? It doesn't do away with anything. The law just didn't include an age requirement because, unlike leftists, the right isn't obsessed with doing things with kids. How about that? I'll put it that way.
States that allowed adults to marry literal minors, people under the age of 18, and turns out that Tennessee was one of the states that finally.
Excuse me, Anna, don't you think that it should be legal to cut off minors' genitals if they say they want to? I believe you do agree with that, so just a question.
He did something about it. This was a few years ago. But now this proposal coming from Republican state lawmakers indicates that their common law marriage can only be defined as between one man and one woman. And if you're a 16-year-old girl who's dealing with sexual misconduct or sexual abuse from an adult, they'd be able to, you know, marry you with no problem. Again, because of the way this legislation is written. So the bill.
So what's important to note here is that this coming out of TYT is what I can only describe as the most insane cope I have ever seen. So like last week, I think, or the week before, we covered the bill in Florida, the Don't Say Gay bill. Was it Florida or Texas? Yeah, the Don't Say Gay bill, which does not in any way say anything about how it doesn't even include the word gay, hence the term that they came up with that term, Don't Say Gay. And that was their terminology, which is complete propaganda, which was an attempt to groom children. They want to be able to groom children in schools. And because the narrative started to go a little south on them for that, because it came out like, oh, you are just upset that you can't groom kids in schools. Now they found this bill that just didn't include the specific language about the age of people for marriage. And we looked at the bill, I think, before, but we'll look at it again if we want to. The bill does nothing to say that, you know, for example, that like a 12-year-old can marry a 50-year-old or something like that. That's not in the bill. Nothing about it. All it was is you can't teach, in Florida, all it was is you can't teach kids under the age of 10 about any kind of sex. Any kind of sex. And I agree, is very normal. And the left, in desperation, is lashing out and found this bill in Tennessee and decided to be like, well, we couldn't find a specific age limit in your law, so it's a child marriage law. But we'll get into it. Let's just watch Anna freak out, though, and Anna and Chunk, because I really do watch or enjoy watching them be complete idiots.
Bill's sponsor, Tom Leatherwood, said the law being considered would add a new marriage option for Tennesseans. All this bill does is give an alternative form of marriage. This is how goofy these people are. Alternative form of marriage for those pastors and other individuals.
I don't want to hear someone talks about grooming children call anyone else goofy. Like, you can fuck off, you demented fucking lunatic.
I know.
Who have a conscientious objection to the current pathway to marriage in our law. Missing from the bill, though, are age requirements, opening the door for possible child marriages, something the bill's sponsor acknowledged during a child and family affairs subcommittee.
Yeah, we're gonna watch the video. We're gonna watch the video of him acknowledging it because he's flabbergasted when asked about it. He's like, "Wait, what?" Well, okay, because let's get this clear first and foremost, folks. This law in no way would do anything to rescind the existing laws against pedophilia that exist within the state. Okay, so you can't have sex with a kid if you're an adult. Okay, nothing about this law would do that. No shit. So the lawmakers didn't think to include such a thing because, and this is the funniest part to me, only the left would be thinking about molesting children so much that they would be like, oh wait, so this means that we can, I'll do my Chank voice, that we can, so they can go have sex with kids. Why are you saying that? We'll read the bill, guys, and you'll see that it's really just that nobody thought, because it doesn't in no way does anything about all of the laws that exist about about statutory rape and pedophilia. It does nothing about any of those laws. So they're making this up because there wasn't an explicit age limit given in the law. And by the way, when it was brought up, they amended the law within like 2 days. But we'll get through that.
An explicit age limit, Leatherwood said. So look,
because it clearly was on the purpose.
Lawmakers are sometimes stupid, okay? Like they'll write legislation, you gotta be super careful because the way you write it might have certain loopholes that allow for bad
You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?
When I was initially reading about this story, researching the story, I thought to myself,
no, you didn't do any research.
I mean,
Anna.
They just outlawed child marriage a few years ago. This must be like, a mistake. Maybe they forgot to include some sort of provision that made it abundantly clear.
Yeah, they didn't make it abundantly clear because, unlike you, we're not obsessed with having sex with children, Anna.
Clear that they don't allow child marriage. No. Leatherwood's like, yeah. I mean, there's no age requirement. Not a problem. He says this. So one person actually did speak out against it before we get to more from Leatherwood. So State Representative Mike Stewart, who is a Democrat from Nashville, says it's basically a get out of jail free card for people who are basically committing statutory rape.
Nope.
I mean, it's completely ridiculous.
Nope.
So that's
nope.
another
Statutory
reason
rape
why this
is still
terrible
statutory
bill
rape.
should be eliminated. So again, two massive reasons why. Number one, the whole point is to be anti-gay. Number two.
No, the point was to have a specific type of marriage that is just between men and women, that is different because the rest of the West, the United States, has changed marriage, and Tennessee, including, has changed marriage to be between anyone, whatever they identify as. So Tennessee is trying to say this is a specific type of marriage that is, or union, that is only limited to one male and one female.
Why is being anti-gay bad?
It's not even being anti-gay. It's just saying.
I know, but I just don't like the way that she says that. It's being anti-gay. Okay, so why? Why can't someone say we are uber traditionalists? We don't like the gay lifestyle. Get it the fuck out of our institutions. Why is that bad?
It's not even anti-gay. Just this is the thing that the left can't get through their heads. It's like, okay, we don't want to make a gay wedding cake. Go to any of the other 100 freaking bakeries you went to before you found R1 to make your gay wedding cake. Oh. You want to have a traditional marriage between a man and a woman and you don't want it to be available to gay people? It's a civil union? Oh, we can't have that because everything has to be available to everybody all the time. This is not anti-gay. It's just pro-straight.
Yeah.
They're not outlawing gays getting married. You notice that, right?
Yeah.
They're not outlawing. They're not, but I'm saying they're not outlawing gays getting married here. This is not some extreme Republican pushback. This is very, very timid, I would say, of just saying we want to have our own form of marriage, okay? That's just for one man and one woman. But because they didn't include the specific age, they didn't say it specifically in the bill. And we'll go over the language of the bill because it's crazy how they came across this. It's planned. they knew they were getting shit for their promotion of what I can only describe as child grooming. That's the truth. They were getting pushback on their promotion of child grooming. And they were like, oh, we found something that we can maybe try to spin as child grooming. That's what this whole thing is about.
It allows for child marriage, and the sponsor, the person who wrote the legislation, knows it and has no problem with it. By the way, according to UNICEF, approximately
he does not know it. He was flabbergasted
girls and boys in the United States were married before reaching 18 years old between 2000 and 2018. Under current Tennessee law, one can get married as young as 17 years old, but you'd have to do that with parental consent. In 2000, by the way.
Okay.
Who cares, though?
Did you read what the last part said? With parental consent.
Yes, so you can't run off and do it on your fucking own.
You can't do it on your own. If you want to get married when you're 17, when you're 18, you don't need parental consent. But if you want to do it when you're 17 to your high school sweetie, you gotta ask for your parents' consent.
And probably the father when you're trying to marry as well.
1 year that they're asking about. Meanwhile, these same people are pushing legislation to cut off the genitals of 10-year-olds and push extremely graphic. I've seen the books they want to show to little kids now about sex to children. Remember, don't say gay bill. Children under the age of 10. This reaction, this response to this bill is in opposition to not being able to teach children under the age of 10 about sexual acts. And that's why they're getting pissed off.
Way, the state issued 1,256 marriage licenses to 16 and 17-year-olds, including 1,094 to 16 and 17-year-old girls. In those cases, the oldest groom was 26 years old.
I agree that's kind of screwed. But is that one case? And I think that the age of consent in Tennessee is 16, isn't it? Let me look it up. I'm guessing it is. It's that's spooky. The unrestricted, it's 13. That's spooky. But unrestricted is 18. So that's a little scuffed, and I would fix that. It should not be 13, Tennessee. What are you doing? But
I think that maybe it's at low because it was at low for fucking ages, and no one does the shit anymore, so they don't care.
Well, it still shouldn't be that way. I totally disagree with that. 16
but
is
I
fine.
feel like if people see like, oh look, it's a terrible thing. Does it affect anyone? No, who cares?
Well, look, I don't really agree with 16-year-olds marrying 26-year-olds. Okay, I think that's not good either.
Why, but I get the feeling it's incredibly rare if it ever happens.
It should be in the law. It should be in the law. But she could have brought. Why doesn't she? I don't think she brings that up. That the age of consent in Tennessee is 13.
Because it requires research.
Yeah, you'd unfortunately have to look something up, wouldn't you? It took me literally 5 seconds, Anna, but we'll see if she brings it up. I don't remember. I don't think
very difficult to read a screen with that fucking nose of hers.
It is. No, her hair is pulled back so tight. It restricts her brain.
So, Leatherwood, real good guy, real ethical, good Christian, he just wants to go back to the days where 16-year-olds were married or forced into marriage to 26-year-old
That's
adults.
never happened in Christians, by the way.
Oh my God. No, that's not what's so uncharitable and so
disingenuous.
Yes.
Or, by the way, 12-year-olds or 8-year-olds, the law.
Oh, shut up, you fat fuck.
It's not, none of that is in this law at all. Again, it's 18 unrestricted. So to be clear about what the Tennessee law is on, which I just looked up, the Tennessee law on sex with children under the age of 18. 13 unrestricted, which means 13 to 17 is fine. Okay, I think that's fucked. I think 13-year-olds should be involved with 17-year-olds. I think there's a bit of a developmental difference there. But it's 18 for anyone over an 18-year-old cannot engage in sexual relations with a 13-year-old in Tennessee. Okay? And certainly not a 10 or an 8-year-old chunk. You do not understand. Why do they not even look at the law? It would take 10 seconds. I just looked it up. 10 seconds to look at the law. You cannot marry
why do you think these people are trying to be objective?
In Tennessee.
Again, these people have no intention to be objective.
God damn it, dude.
They're just anti-Republican. Like, that's
I know.
it.
I know.
The Republicans can never do anything wrong, and the Democrats
at all. So now, guys, this is really important. He was given an opportunity to correct that mistake if it was a mistake.
And he did correct it, by the way.
Apparently, he doesn't think it's a mistake because he didn't correct it.
He did.
And acknowledges it. Not going to correct it. So
he did correct it.
4-year-olds can get married in Tennessee.
I want to scream, dude. I hate this guy so much. You asked me if someone asked if I hate anyone. I won't say hate, but I really dislike Cenk Uygur. He's like one of the most disingenuous pieces of shit on earth. I really dislike this guy.
That's the kind of monster he is.
You're a monster, Cenk. No, Cenk.
Babies. Are you going to marry babies?
Oh, fuck off, you stupid bastard.
I can't. I'm going to fucking flip my lid, dude.
I don't know.
This is your fault.
They're Republican
I know.
monsters.
It is my fault.
You've got the wrong party.
Yeah, because your party is all that fucking great.
You want to put 4-year-olds on hormone blockers and then mutilate their genitals when they're 10. So, I mean, and that is not me being hyperbolic. He's being hyperbolic. I'm not being hyperbolic. That's the stuff they actually say.
This creep.
People
Look at
in
this
different
creep.
areas got married at younger ages. I understand that. I understand the historical context, and that included the South. The South constantly was marrying, younger girls, very, very young girls, girls we consider to be very underage now. That was a tradition in the South, filled with right wingers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, actually, no, Cenk. They were full of Democrats at that point.
Yeah.
Actually, Cenk, you're historically incorrect. At that point, the South was full of Democrats. You freaking moron.
You don't accept that. No. Maybe QAnon and the Republican Party are going to say, "Oh, we're just kidding. We love it when older men marry or have sex with younger girls." Because that's not our policy. We hate that policy. That is the Republican policy in Tennessee. So are you against it or are you for it? I don't know. You tell me.
How about this, Cenk? You're reacting because you want to get the stink of groomer off of you. That's all this is. How performative.
No, do you believe anything that you say? Forget the reality, forget the real world, but the things that you guys claim. Here it is, it's happening in Tennessee. Up and at 'em, get into action. Nope. So you never meant it.
Okay.
All the Republicans, Marjorie Taylor Greene talking about how Romney, Murkowski, and Collins are pro-pedophilia.
Yeah, they are.
They vote for Judge Jackson.
Well, they are.
Well,
they are.
Well, she has a 100% track record of giving lighter sentences than the minimum
required by law.
Well, not required, but recommended, the minimum recommendations. In every single instance, she has been lenient on
10
child
years.
sex predators in every single case she has presided upon. That is not a coincidence. That is a pattern of behavior.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, you're not speaking out about the legalized pedophilia that Tennessee Republicans want to do. So I guess that makes you pro-pedophilia.
I like the way that he doesn't acknowledge
it's not my policy, it's your
anything.
policy. So what are you going to do about it?
Just lying.
Look, on the issue of gay marriage.
Oh, here we go.
It's obvious.
It's obvious.
Who doesn't realize that Republicans are against gay Americans having the same rights as straight Americans is either obviously lying, Dave Rubin, or just doesn't know.
Wait, he just brought up Dave Rubin.
Yeah, I know how the hell Dave Rubin factors into this, but okay.
But Dave Rubin is a gay Republican who just adopted 2 babies.
Yeah.
So what are you talking about, ding dong?
Anything, and just wandered out of the woods, like doesn't understand.
Where are you getting this from? Dave Rubin, who just brought up, is a gay married man who just adopted 2 children. And I'm not necessarily super fond of that because I've seen the data on children raised in same-sex households and same-sex parent households, excuse me. And it's not great, by the way. It's not great data there.
To be fair, I don't know many of them who are conservative.
Yeah, I think you need a mother and a father, but I think you're far more likely to probably have a better outcome as a child raised in a household that is 2 gay dads that are conservative than 2 gay dads that are liberal, put it that way. I don't like it, by the way, and I do think it shouldn't have happened. I'll put it. I don't think that they should have. I'm just. Don't like it. That's my personal opinion.
It's the Republican Party that.
It's not my opinion because of bullshit either. It's my opinion because I've looked at the data, and the data are disconcerting to me. That's not to say that straight couples don't abuse their children, by the way. Yeah, adopted, yes, sorry, by the way, but they are surrogates, but a woman's egg was involved. You know what I mean? So I think one is from Ruben and one is from his partner. Or are they twins? I don't remember. Something like that.
Is passing laws against the LGBTQ community every single day, including, I don't think they should be allowed to get married. I don't think they should have the same rights as straight Americans.
No, I want them to get married. I absolutely have no problem with gays getting married, by the way. What do you think?
No.
How about a civil union? That way, like, if you're two gay people, you've lived together for 20 years, you should be able to have the same.
You shouldn't get married in the church.
But that's why I think they should be two different things. You want to have a civil union so that you can do it, the economic issues of it, right?
Dude, the more I see the world right now, the more I am becoming extremely traditionalist.
I know.
This shit right now is fucking abominable. And I don't like it. Like, the more I see this shit, I'm like, I am going to go uber traditional, fucking old school, 1800s reverend at any fucking moment now.
I know. That's why it's ridiculous that the right has been forced into moving, like, we're going to try to eke out our own kind of civil union because we don't want it to be...
This shit is insane. And
this
you
shit's insane.
Fucking people... Like, I said this before,
I do agree. I do agree, by the way, that marriage it's far beyond government. That's a contract between man, woman, and God, in my opinion. And that's a specific contract that is holy and existential, right? I think civil unions should be fine for gay people who've lived together and they want to, share each other's taxes and be able to deal with each other when the other person dies and stuff like that and take over the estate. I don't have any problem with that. We're just talking about this pure taxes and governmental stuff. That I don't have any issue with, but it's not marriage. And instead, we've been pushed so far that now the conservatives have been like, well, we can't take marriage anymore, so we're trying to take civil unions back.
And also, I said before,
and we're being pushed out of that.
And this is like this is not like a nice thing to say, but you can't tolerate these fucking people. They have no interest in tolerating you. Yeah, they're like, they don't fucking stop. You have to put a stop to them. And
there is no end.
Yes, there is no fucking end. So you have to fucking force them physically, and that is going to end in violence.
Well, here's the thing.
But here's one thing that's really happy about that is that because they're hormonal morons. And if they're going to fuck with actual biological men, guess what? They're going to get the shit kicked out of them.
Yeah.
Which I'm okay with.
What I was going to say, though, is that what they have made very clear is that progress never stops. And by that, I mean they're progressive.
They're deconstructionists.
Yes, they're deconstructivists. So wherever you end up, if they get what they want, they get everything they want. They just start to deconstruct that.
Yes.
And break it down and break it down and break it down until there's nothing left.
Yep.
Except for them being on the top of society and controlling all the proles. That's what they want, ultimately, is for these people, these thought leaders, to ultimately, utterly control a broken, degenerate, and totally desiccated society.
Yeah. Which
is horrifying. But understand that's what they want for you. And they can sit here and talk crap all they want about how the Republicans, how we hate people so much. It's like, no, I mean, Spoon and I disagree here. I don't think we do, though. Are you fine with civil unions so that two gay couples, or a gay couple that's married, they've been together for 50 years, and one of them dies, and whatever, they've been together for 50 years, and one of them dies, he can take care of his partner's estate. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fine. I have no problem with that.
I have no problem with that either. I think that's absolutely, not only reasonable, I think that should be the way things are run. These people have been together for years and years. They've lived together. They lived in common law marriage. I think that's absolutely not just reasonable, but fine. But it's crazy because things have been pushed so far that now that's not. Now the right is being like, can we please have just a little bit of civil unions? It's just between men and women. Also, Jernegi for 5. Thank you, Jernegi says Spoon for King 2024.
Oh god, that'll be fun. First things first, Musk, you are my economic advisor.
Yeah, Elon Musk is
have only said Africans in my administration. That is my goal, and you must only be white. make a homogenous society as I can.
This is gonna get worse, by the way. I think this TYT video, as awful as it is, the Chris Hayes one's worse. Hang on.
Oh God, you have more.
So, by the way, all those Republicans who believe that, it's okay. You know, you want to live in a theocracy, and you know, you want to.
Yeah. Oh, dude.
I fucking hate OBS.
Do you want me to just start hosting them again? Because at least I don't have this issue.
Oh, fucking thing.
It's like, it seems like no matter what happens, there's drops.
Yeah, it's up now.
Let's vote. Let's see how it
turns out.
out.
Here we go. Ooh, all right. Okay. All right, we're back. Sorry.
But you don't get to...
OBS keeps trashing. There we go. We're good.
Say you're American. America is for equality. They didn't say accept gay people in the Constitution. You should read the Constitution. I know you never have.
Another review, you fat fuck.
Chunk, I've read the Constitution and the Articles of the Confederacy. I've read all of these documents. I don't think you have, Chunk. I don't think... Of course he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. That's the whole issue, isn't it?
And you never will, because you bathe in your ignorance. But every time you strike out against...
you know what? That's true.
I want to fucking punch him.
That's really true. Thank you, High Cukes. High Cayux. No aid in the state has no place in marriage. If anyone in this case, wants to have their partner handle their affairs, power of attorney, and last will and testament straits to. I agree. You actually got to the crux of what I would really like to say. Like, under the current paradigm, yeah, well, we have civil unions versus marriage. But I actually don't think the state should be involved in any of this. I agree with you 100%. The entire idea of the state being involved in a union between two people that is agreed upon mutually is absurdist. The only reason why we have to do things this way, or why we do things this way, is because of things like matters of state and last will and testament and things like that. So that's the only reason it exists at all. Yeah, also taxation is theft. But all of this stuff should not be held by the government. Unfortunately, it is. Now, if we could remove government control from these things, that would be ideal. And then there'd be no problem. There would be no issue with two men getting married, or two women getting married, or two straight people getting married. But as long as it's controlled by the government, they're going to have to make these kinds of rules. So yeah, I would agree with that 100%. But the way both the left and the right work in America is to maximize and increase power of government. Both of them are completely complicit in this problem. Yeah, in increasing the size and bloat of the federal and even state governments. So I disagree with that in practice, but that's unfortunately the way it's working. And if that's the way it's working, I have to criticize it for what it is. But other than that, I agree completely. It shouldn't be, none of this should be a matter of the state whatsoever. Unfortunately, it is just because of financial reasons and property reasons.
Against the gay community. You're saying, I hate America. I don't believe in the idea of equality. And now, though, you really don't even have to get to it. I mean, look at that.
Idea of equality.
I don't believe in the idea of equality either. I believe in the idea of equality, not equity. And what he's asking for is like...
This is just fucking ridiculous.
What's going on?
It just keeps crashing. I don't know why.
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, I think we're back. Okay. Yeah, it's another crash. I don't know what's going on with OBS. What do you want to do, Spoon?
No, fuck it.
Do you want to keep trying to go, or?
No, after the third one, I'm fucking done.
Okay. Well, I had some more fun. Can we try to do one last thing?
Which is?
The Chris Hayes video.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I want to do the Chris Hayes video. I had a whole other segment we missed, but we're not going to get to, because clearly there's problems. Well, okay.
Fucking OBS.
What's going on with OBS?
It just dies.
I do think it's an OBS update issue, by the way, guys.
Never had problems before, but now the fucking thing updates.
I'm sorry.
Oh, God, I fucking hate updates. If you fix your software, make sure it fucking works, you useless
Yeah,
cunts.
that's the shit that really pisses me off. It's like, here's a nice update, and then it ruins the software. I can't, by the way, since the last OBS update, I can't use it at all. It doesn't work for me at all.
Useless.
The recent update has a bug, neon suspenders. The recent update is a bug. It's nothing but bugs. It's completely scuffed. Let's say fuck you to Chunk. Let's try to get through this Chris Hayes video. We watched almost all of that. Why I wanted to watch this Chris Hayes video is because Chris Hayes was such an idiot that he accidentally included the part of the court hearing where, what's the guy's name? Leather something? The bill writer hears for the first time the criticisms of his bill that had to do with the age stuff. And he's flabbergasted. And Chris Hayes, the idiot, includes it in his video so you can see this guy being astonished by the left asking him about, like, yeah, but does that mean I can marry kids? And he's like, what?
Yeah,
let's watch this.
Surprised to him that anyone would
no
ask
shit,
so fucking
because he wasn't thinking about having sex with kids. Only the left was thinking about that. Weirdly, here we go.
From New York, I'm Chris Hayes. You know, on this show, we've been highlighting a disturbing
Leatherwood, thanks you, George.
trend on the right, where Republicans and their allies play footsie with fringe conspiracy theorists.
And where you play footsie with being pedophiles. How about that?
Child abuse. It's a dog. The Democratic Party is made up of a Satan-worshipping cabal of pedophiles.
What? Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, he looks like the masculine. He looks like Rachel Maddow a lot, but like with a smaller head. Yeah, smaller head. That I honestly think that's true. I think Rachel Maddow does look more masculine with him, which is yeah, interesting. He's just rounder.
Who run a child sex trafficking ring. That is their belief. Now, not to be undone.
Well, not like you've done that shit before.
Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, who has her finger on the pulse of the Republican base as well as anyone, took the rhetoric a step further, doing away with any pretense and just explicitly calling her political opponents pedophiles.
Well, why do you take such offense to it?
The Democrats are the party of princess predators from Disney. The Democrats are the
we'll
party
get into that.
of teachers, elementary school teachers trying to transition their elementary school children and convince them they're a different gender. This is the party of their identity. And their identity is the most disgusting, evil, horrible things happening in our country. And that's why we have to say it.
Now, Greene may be the most extreme Republicans in terms of that rhetoric, her willing.
No, in terms of her accuracy, that you are trying to groom children under the age of 12 into thinking they're the wrong sex, teaching them about sex under the age of 10, and you're screaming and crying because you can't do that right now in Florida. Just in one state, you can't do it. Oh no. Disgust. Spoon, this blows my mind, by the way. I can't figure it out. I really, I don't know how you look at a 10-year-old and go, I gotta tell them about anal sex, and think that you're in the right. You're a disgusting pedophile.
Guillotines. It's going to end in bloodshed. You do realize that, right? Because they're not going to stop. You have two reasons. You can either put these people to the sword, literally, because that will happen. Because they're not going to stop. You have to realize that, like, the only way you stop this is through physical force.
It's like, you know.
That is going to happen. I can guarantee people are going to get killed because of this. I will bet my life on that. Because like, if it doesn't stop, that's the end goal. That is inevitable.
Why are they doing? I need an answer as to. I know why I think they're doing it, but I would like an answer as to why are you so obsessed with teaching children under the age of 10 about sex?
Because they want to have sex with children.
Of course. I mean, that's what it has. I can't understand why else they would do that, because these are prepubescent kids. They cannot. Look, my mom's a preschool teacher. Bill's niece comes over here a lot.
This is what happens when you don't kick the shit out of people.
I think Bill's niece is 9. Like I don't understand. Like, why would anyone try to take that kid, by the way, is hilarious. Like, she's so, like, she does like karate and horseback riding. She's super in ballet and super involved. Really cool kid. But why these people want to teach a kid that age who wants to just pet ponies about sex? What are you doing?
Yeah, it is just like it's
she wants to pet ponies and play around in her mermaid costume.
Yeah,
and that's like
Colin
that's what kids want to do.
And Louis spoke about this. It's just
ridiculous.
The only thing that's left is just the sexual degeneracy. It's the last thing left to be liberated, and it's just like no.
Well,
this is where you draw the fucking line.
It's in a lot of the communist literature. They,
I don't, frankly, I wouldn't give a shit if I saw these people get the shit kicked out of them by parents.
No,
I don't give a crap. Good.
James Lindsay goes over this, and he says that, like, well, if everything in communism is about class, the lower classes rebelling against the upper classes and regaining their equal status, then age is inherently a class. But that's not. But under that same mindset, you can come to the conclusion that age is a class, is a class structure, and that children, because they don't have the same powers and same abilities as adults, are being repressed. So we need to basically sexualize children so that they have the same rights as adults. And to me, I think that's just all. It's all a bunch of rhetoric in order to justify pedophilia, which is horrific and disgusting.
Yeah,
but it's within their literature.
Burn down Disney.
Oh, I got a Disney thing. We'll maybe finish on it. Sorry, let Chris go. Go. You press it. Press the button. You do it. God damn it.
But she is far from the only one. In fact, it's become mainstream. It was the entire basis of the Republican smears against Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Because she's pro-pedophile.
The first black woman to sit on the Supreme Court.
Yes, because she's pro-pedo.
With the vote for her confirmation coming as early as tomorrow. One of the prolific smear
What's not out there yet
was Republican Senator Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee.
Marsha Blackburn.
I do want to go back.
How was it? Marsha's like 70, like 65 years old. She's still looking pretty good. But it's only Republican women.
I totally have a crush on her, by the way.
I do too. Yeah. I like her accent, and even though she's like,
60-something, yeah.
60-something.
I would shake her hand and go, "You are a fun young lady, and I do enjoy you pissing everyone off."
She's not quite a young lady, but oh my gosh! Speaking of outfits, she got a nice outfit. The Amber Heard today in the Johnny Depp trial was wearing I cannot joke, an Elsa She-Wolf of the SS outfit. I don't know what inspired her to do that, but that's what she was wearing today in court. It was really bizarre. She was wearing like a military-looking outfit. It was really weird.
Back to the issue about the child predators. Do you believe child predators are misunderstood? So, is it your position that?
And by the way, she said yeah, more or less. She didn't say it in so many words, but.
Do you believe that it matters to the children?
Look how they only cut out Marsha's questions, not Ketanji Brown Jackson's responses. How cute.
Children and their parents who suffer abuse, what motivation those abusers had. I want to make certain that we protect children and that we continue to do our best effort to protect children. I also want to make certain that we're going to have judges on the federal
love the way it says
and
Republicans against common decency, and she says that. It's like
those rights of children.
Republicans against common decency.
I have no words.
Because you're pro-pedo.
Yes.
I could never. Okay, I remember when I first heard this argument a couple years ago. It was like the LGBTQ AI plus stuff. It will eventually include pedophilia, and I said, I don't know, guys. I don't think so. I mean, I see that they're going down this road of increasing the number of people that are included in the giant LGBTQIAA plus agenda.
It's gonna happen.
But I thought the pedo stuff was kind of a joke. But no, the left has decided, yeah, pedophiles are part of LGBTQ. It's a sexual identity. And how dare you insult pedophiles? This is a losing strategy, by the way. This is a losing strategy. I don't know why they're doing this. That's why they moved on to the marriage stuff, because they're like, oh, you want to marry kids? We're disgusted by that. But when you weren't disgusted by this.
Troll with a Purpose wrote something very interesting in chat, and that to me is something they're going to do.
Too young for marriage, those kids belong on Tinder.
That's where they're going to end up.
That is where they end up. It's sickening.
Yep.
Again, why I want to bring up this Chris Hayes clip is because we're going to actually... He's going to do all this bullshit, and then we're going to see the Leatherwood. That's his name again? I think Leatherwood. We're going to see his response, and you can see how he is flabbergasted by them being like, well, what about the kids? He's like, wait, what? Because it was never thought about. Because unlike the left, the right aren't thinking about having sex with kids all the time. Weird. I don't know.
Again, the context here is clear, right? That's just like, I don't know, a few degrees more subtle than Margaret Taylor Greene, but they're doing...
No, it's not clear, Chris, because you cut out all the responses from Ketanji Brown Jackson, but okay.
The same thing. Now, if Senator Blackburn is acting in good faith, which seems doubtful to me, but if she's concerned about, as I keep saying, the very, very real issue of child sexual abuse, then it's odd that she doesn't at least appear publicly to be using her power to do anything about a very disturbing situation that's been happening in her home state house. State representatives in Tennessee have been working on a bill known as HB 233. Now, that's obviously a Republican-dominated legislature.
Look at the Chiron. Tennessee GOP proposed bill legalizing child marriage. As we saw, the Young Turks also took this into heart. Chunk said that it was going to allow 20 adults to marry 4-year-olds. That's not in the bill whatsoever. We'll go over it.
Anti-gay marriage bill. It would allow the state to make an additional marriage category only eligible to opposite-sex couples who do not want to be part of the same institution that allows gay people to tie the knot. Now, that's bigoted and bad on its own right.
No, it's not. How is it bigoted to say that I want to be in a marriage between myself and my husband that's not the same as a marriage between 2 gay men? I do not see how that's bigoted. I'm just saying that it's different. Because it is different. My marriage between myself and my husband is different from a marriage between 2 gay men. It just is. 2 gay men can't reproduce, okay? At all. And it doesn't have anything to do with my personal inability to reproduce or difficulty in doing so. It's a different situation, okay? It's inherently different.
And it's an indication, and this should be very clear, of just how much right-wing forces right now are gathering themselves and champing at the bit to roll back marriage equality. That is coming.
But no. Also, Tyra Moonhopper, hey, nice to see you, man. Isn't it based on common law, which has a minimum age? Yeah, we talked about this earlier. Yes. It has nothing to change the minimum ages for sexual contact between people at all. It says nothing about that. And in fact, when the left freaked out about this tiny thing that they found that was lacking in the bill, and to be fair, good for them, I guess, in that it probably should have been pointed out, it was fixed within 5 days, okay?
But that's not even the worst part of that particular piece of legislation. The House version of the bill, as it was introduced, didn't include an age minimum.
Because they didn't think about it, unlike you, weirdo.
It means it could pave the way to legalize child marriage.
No, because unlike you, they didn't think about it. Because they're not thinking about fucking kids, Chris. That's what you're obsessed with. Spoon, don't you find this weird? In that their interpretation of this bill. Now, I know they're doing all this to deflect from their groomer bill and their objection to not being able to groom kids. But don't you find it weird that they found the lack of the age limit in the initial version of this Tennessee bill and went groomer, 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 pedophile, pedophile, pedophile? To me, that says that they're looking for any excuse to groom or have sex with children. That's how it comes off to me, at least. That's just how it comes off to me.
Well, at this point in time, I probably would agree, yeah.
Child brides.
Again,
I'm not making this up. I thought this was not true.
You were making it up,
when
actually.
I first read the story, but just listen
you are making it up.
to the sponsor of the bill, Republican State Representative Tom.
We're going to hear this. Yeah, let's listen to him.
All this
Great.
bill does is give an alternative form of marriage for those pastors and other individuals who have a conscientious objection to the current pathway to marriage.
Is there no age limit in this bill?
Well,
so here's the interesting thing. See, Mike Stewart here and this other guy, Simon Harris, they come at him while he's speaking and bring up this age limit. And watch him, he'll be like, oh, what?
Again, with my understanding, I think it would be 18 is the way this would be construed.
Yeah, I'll ask us, but I just want to make clear just what the testimony is. There's no age limit?
Oh. Look, they're freaking, yeah, there's no age limit, there's no age limit. Because they didn't think, and he's like, yeah, I would think it would be 18. That's what Leatherwood said. Yeah, I would think it would be the legal minimum. As everything else in the state, it would go along with the existing laws. And they have to rewrite the freaking narrative.
Okay, well, that would be I just want to make sure there wasn't an explicit age limit. My concern.
No, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question. No, there is not an explicit age limit.
And guess what he did immediately as soon as he got back from this? Change the freaking thing.
What exactly are you up to here?
Chris Hayes, you freaking moron. Why would you include that clip where he's like, oh, yeah, I guess I'll include an age limit. He's too dumb to understand how he owned himself, dude.
Like, there's an explicit age limit in the law at the time, as the other representative notes, but there's no explicit age limit here. Now, the other man you heard talking there is Democrat Mike Stewart. He called the bill, quote, a get-out-of-jail-free card for people who are basically committing statutory rape. Again, sounds bad to me. Also, why? What? Again, just to be clear, this is not an abstract concern. There are people out there with fringe religious beliefs who might take advantage of such a loophole in the law. For example, there's the story, somewhat infamous, of Warren Jeffs, a religious fanatic, president of the fundamentalist.
All right, we got to find an extreme position. By the way, let me ask you this, Spoon. Let's say that this was true, and that Tennessee was going to put in a bill so that adults could marry children. Who do you think would be moving to Tennessee en masse? How about every Muslim in the country? Because Muslims, it's within their religion to not necessarily have a problem with that. It sounds a little Islamophobic to me, honestly.
Not to be confused with the regular Mormon church. He's a polygamist accused of having 78 wives, dozens of whom were underage. Back in 2007.
I don't really care anymore. Like, we get it. We get the complaint. But I want to show you this, because this is the amazing part, Spoon. This is what has happened since. So, as we all know, fact-checking websites are very, very right-wing, right? Like, factcheck.org is a very right-wing website that always... No, I'm being facetious. Right. Right. So fact-checking websites are very left-wing for the most part, but even they had to come out and be like, actually, you've misrepresented the law. Uh-huh. Yep. So, social media posts misrepresent Tennessee bill allowing common law marriage. Quick take. A Tennessee bill is aimed at excluding same-sex couples from proposed common law marriage contracts. Social media posts misleading, not just social media posts, let's be clear, factcheck.org. News publications have also made this claim, misleadingly claimed that the bill would allow child marriage and legalize pedophilia. The bill initially omitted a minimum age, but was amended on April 6th, so like 2 days afterwards, to say individuals must be at least 18 years old. Republican, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Because these people, look, they hate all of Southern America, and they think it's all like hillbillies with no teeth trying to marry 4-year-olds or whatever. No, they're not. Republican Tom Leatherwood introduced House Bill 233 to a Tennessee House subcommittee in early March. The bill would allow a man and woman to file marriage contracts based on common law principles that are not yet legally recognized in Tennessee. Same-sex couples would not be eligible for these contracts. The bill sparked backlash in the state and around the nation because it did not include an age requirement for those seeking such a marriage contract. The sponsors amended the bill on April 6th to say that, so again, within a couple days, to say that contract applicants, which specifies as one man and one woman, must have attained the age of majority, which is 18 years old in the state of Tennessee. But social media posts continue to represent the bill, claiming it lacks an age minimum and was intended to facilitate child marriages. A Facebook post on April 7th from the liberal advocacy group Occupy Democrats misleadingly claims Tennessee Republicans are advancing Marry Little Kids bill that will allow them to marry children of any age. Why is the Republican Party trying to legalize pedophilia? The post has amassed over 3,600 reactions. The post attributes its claims to a March 29th story by the Tennessee news station WJHL. However, the day before Occupy Democrats post, the WJHL reported common law marriage bill amended to add age requirement while still being considered. So they just didn't care. It's clear here they don't give a shit about reality. They don't give a shit about the truth. Even your fact-checking, even your Democrat left-leaning fact-check organizations have to say, no, you're wrong. And when they have to say, no, you're wrong, then you are super freaking wrong. Also, I think you're muted. God damn it, dude. It's infuriating. It's absolutely infuriating. They knew they were wrong. The bill was, by the way, immediately amended, like I said, and as has been shown here. Another thing that's happened, we'll just finish this up and then go to bed because I'm getting really tired. That, well, about a dozen different states have proposed so-called anti or don't say gay bills, which is you can't teach little kids under the age of 10 about sexuality. Alabama, Arizona, Georgia, Iowa, Louisiana, South Carolina, Missouri, Indiana, Kentucky, Oklahoma, Tennessee, and Ohio are all saying, no, you cannot teach children under the age of 10 about sex. And I completely agree. Why is the left so obsessed and upset about the idea that they can't teach prepubescent children about sex? I don't care if it's straight sex or gay sex. I don't care. I do not care if it's straight sex or gay sex.
Because they're pedophiles.
That's the only thing I can figure out.
They're just
you
full of
want to
pedophiles.
screw these kids up. You want to screw these kids up.
This is what I kept saying, crowdfund the damn cannon.
And they double down on this crap. This article from the Washington Post. There's a reason the don't say gay bills don't say what they mean. If they did, they might stand to legal or moral scrutiny. So all they're saying is that, like, we can't find anything in the bills that we find that's actually legally actionable. So we have to, like, imagine what we think the bills secretly mean, right? That's from the Washington Post by Monica Hess. We can't find what we want in the bill, so we're going to make the fuck up what we think it says. And it does get worse. I'm going to finish up here real quick. I'm going to go through a couple articles real quick here.
Fucking hell.
Disney gets worse. The Disney Air... I gotta pause my thinking. Disney Air blasts Florida Don't Say Gay bill after publicly coming out as transgender. The heir to the Walt Disney Co. has publicly come out as trans. In a recent interview, Charlie Disney described a little about their own journey.
Again, broken.
It's a they. They condemn states that have been passing bills that seek to restrict the rights of the LGBTQ community. They don't restrict your rights. They don't restrict your rights.
They should.
All of these bills say is you can't talk to children under the age of 10 about sex. If that's restricting your rights, then you're a pedophile. I'm sorry. The end. If your rights are being restricted because you can't talk to a child under the age of 10 about sex, then you are a pedophile or a pederast or some kind of other groomer, and it needs to be made explicitly clear that you are a pedophile. Okay? You all right?
Yeah.
I know you're getting tired. I'm getting tired too. We're going to end here in a minute. The 30-year-old high school biology and environmental science teacher first publicly came out last month during a gala for the Human Rights Campaign, where they announced a $250,000 matching grant to the advocacy group. They told the Los Angeles Times last week that they privately came out as transgender 4 years ago. This is one of the heir's most prominent acts of public support for the LGBTQ community. Charlie Disney told the LA Times, I feel like I don't do very much to help. I don't call senators or take action, they said. I feel like I could be doing more.
Fuck off.
The thing is, so right now, of course, the reason why I bring this up is that the heir of Disney, who is a trans person apparently, is wants to get on board and say, oh no, how dare you? You can't let us not groom kids. What are we supposed to do? How are we supposed to create more of us? Well, the reason why is because Disney's about to get kicked the heck out of Florida. Okay?
Good.
Disney faces legal threats in Florida over Don't Say Gay bill fight. Some state Republican lawmakers have proposed the repeal of a 1967 law that gives the company the authority to govern itself. And here's the thing. Walt Disney World in Florida has almost complete autonomy. They could build a nuclear reactor in Disney World under the current Reedy Creek Improvement District Act, right? That's how much autonomy they're given. And now DeSantis is saying, no, I don't think so. Not if you're going to push for this crap. The reality is that although Disney has more money than God to scrap the Orlando project, it's not $1 million deal. It's not $1 billion deal. It's close to $1 trillion deal. Okay. It's a huge amount of money that Disney has invested in the Orlando project for 50 years. Okay. A huge amount of money. If they just abandon the Orlando project, they would lose so much money. I'm finishing up here. But what I want to finish up with before we end is that people are not happy with this. Okay? A recent poll from Trafalgar Group found that 68% of Americans are less likely to do business with Disney regarding the over-sexualized content. So that's close to 70%. 2/3 of Americans are saying no. We don't like this. Again, I point out that the most recent Pixar film, Turning Red, is about a girl who's going through puberty. It's highly sexualized. 85.3% of Republicans said they are less likely to continue using Disney products, while 72.5% of independents and 48.2% of Democrats said the same. Half of Democrats said no. Half of Democrats are disgusted by you, Disney. Maybe time to take that shit and look at it in the mirror. Anywho.
They do, and then they whack off furiously.
Oh, dude, I know that they do. Anywho. I can tell you're getting sleepy, my dude. I'm getting sleepy too. So, I figure we'll end the stream here. Things aren't looking great for these people. But I agree. Good. They sure seem to want to abuse children, and I do believe a cannon is
an appropriate choice of weaponry.
That's an appropriate choice for that.
Yes.
Stop trying to abuse children. Thanks. Anywho, thank you guys so much for showing up and watching this episode of.
If anyone wants to draw me a cannon that can be used in a video or a meme, I just need to find a very big picture of the sun. I just wanted like a picture of a cannon from behind that makes a firing noise that I really want to use in a video, because every time I bring up these fucking people, I want to use that meme.
Yeah.
So if you want to be featured in a video that I make, do send me one, and then I'll happily put it in the fucking video.
Anywho, guys, I'm probably gonna be up for a little bit. But I think we're going to end the stream here. Thank you all for showing up so much. Thank you guys so much for supporting the channel and supporting the stream. Hopefully my video will be up by tomorrow, but let me check my email to see if I got a response. It wouldn't be on here. Hang on, I got my other email. Nope, not yet. I'm waiting for just the go ahead to go forward with my video. I think what I might do is, because I really want to show it to people, is I might stay up for a little bit longer and show people the video on the stream on the Broken Crown Discord. If you would like to come and hang out on the Broken Crown Discord, I think I'll be there for a little bit. Come hang out with me for a little bit, and I think I'll stream the video there. Anywho, thank you, Spoon, as always.
Nighty night.
Night night. All right, and thanks for showing up and watching, guys. And as always, I'll ton a volt.